But there's piss. Got some coffee and some sandwiches. These have not reset yet. Oh, they're giving you the clusters now. But I really want that. Can't do that anyway, because it hasn't reset. What we can do, however, some chocobo battles. Waiting for my coffee to settle. Me and 7 NPCs. Can we win against an NPC? Oh, I got it. Bucket's water. Nothing happened. Okay. Come on. Third place at least. My legs don't work? Why? Good morning. Yeah, but I didn't think you had gone yet. I thought that was like today. So, let's finish the Paladin questline. And did I leave my stove on? Just kept hearing sounds. He rode on his girlfriend's back. We go to the Gladiators Guild. In Thal's name. It begins, Robin. There are 8 combatants in each group, meaning you must triumph in 3 bouts in order to advance to the final. And the opponent for your first bout is Bartholomew of the Sultan's War. Defeat him and you will next face the victor of another pairing, and so on. Needless to say, each encounter will be more difficult than the last. But one fight at a time. The tournament registrar will call you when it's time to take to the Blood Sands. Go now, and good luck. Okay. Ha! To think that I would draw you for my very first opponent. I thank the heavens even as I curse them. But no matter who my opponent may be, I shall fight with all my being, for the pride of the Sultan's War. See you on the Blood Sands, my friend. It is time, my lord. Pray see to your final preparations, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. Are you ready to enter the arena? Yes. Come here. It begins. In the first match of the Thal group, Bartholomew versus Robin Gia. Combatants, ready your arm. No holding back, my friend. No, you're dead. I want that move too, dude. What? Yeah, that wasn't that bad. Could manage that. In the next match, Robin Tia and the Bronze Bull will fight for a place in the Thal Group Final. Do well not to underestimate. Who are you? Time for the technique I created to quench the Fire Phoenix. Okay. How'd that go for you? to the head. And Robin stops Bronze Bull's furious charge. Now for the final match of the Thal group. And Handaloop versus Robin Tia. Oh. Sir Handaloop of the One Heart. Come, my friend. Let us fight with all our strength in the sight of the fury. Almost losing it. I am the sword and shield that defends Ishgard. What is this? That my most potent attack should be thwarted. But the match isn't over yet. True, dude. And Robin defeats Handaloop. Claim victory in the Thal group. Amazing. I almost had to heal. That concludes all the matches for the Thal group, and what heart-stopping encounters they were. Verily, down. That his name? The crowd expected and the combatants delivered, not least of all the group winner, Robin Tia, who carved a convincing path to the final. Yeah, his name is Dower Meadow. Shall we retrace his steps for those who came in late? You read my mind. Robin's first match pitted him against Bartholomew. The Sultan Sworn fought with heart, but in the end he was outclassed by the Star Adventurer. Though he can take pride in his effort, unfortunately he had to take his leave of the tournament. There was no getting past Robin, who went on to face the hulking Bronze Bull. A veteran of countless matches here in the Colosseum, you could say he had the ground advantage. From the onset, the man brought his prodigious strength to bear, unleashing wave upon wave of punishing attacks, but Robin calmly weathered them all to emerge the victor. With that, he advanced to the Thal group's final match against Handaloop of the Temple Knights. Employing blistering techniques seldom seen this side of Eorzea, the Ishgardian visitor looked dangerous indeed. If truth be told, for a moment there I feared for Robin, but the adventurer dug deep to secure victory, and a place in the Ul Cup final. Ah, the mere remembering of it sets my heart racing like a runaway chocobo. Take deep breaths, my friend, for there's still more excitement to come. Then all the group matches are due to commence shortly, with the likes of First Sword Mill taking to the blood circles. What have I done to deserve such a treat? I won't be missing these matches, and neither should any of you. Any of who? There's no television! Who are you talking to? Don't understand. All unfolds are anticipated. All unfolds as anticipated. Good. That looks like a girl with a mustache. The free paladin I told you about is living up to expectations, eh? Ha ha ha, that he is. Keep up your winning ways, my friend, and win us a fortune. Robin, you were magnificent. Our match will remain etched in my memory and inspire me always. I had absolutely no answer to you. Such precious things you must have protected to become so strong. As you know, the Sultan Sworn lived to protect her grace. In any measure, this is a vital duty, and ever do I strive to be worthy of the role. But crossing swords with you this day, it has given me to think that perhaps it is not enough. Whatever it is that I yet lack, mayhaps I shall find it in witnessing you. I thought I had something of a chance, but I was clearly getting ahead of myself. You gave me a thorough schooling, and I mean to take the lesson to heart. Though my tournament may be over, I shall remain in Ul'dah to watch the matches to come, and I believe I speak for all of us here when I wish you the best of luck. Our hopes go with you now, my friend. Oh, a woman named Milla was looking for you. If you haven't already spoken with her, mayhaps you should seek her out. Yeah, thumbs up. A place in the final. I knew you had it in you, but to witness it all unfold was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The winner of the Nald group will square off against you for the title, and suffice it to say, I intend to be that person. I shall see to it that a match between us becomes a reality, and I hope that I can count on your support. Nope. The Nald group matches are about to begin. As you will eventually be fighting one of us, I suggest you will watch every match closely. The tournament usher outside will grant you access to the viewing gallery. Now then, I'd best set about my preparations. Let us speak again later. So is this... Oh, that's where they're standing. They're standing over there. And everyone's just watching from up here. Alright. It's like a terrible viewing place. Isn't it? Barely see. Like, you're just seeing them from above. It's weird as hell. Greetings, my lord. Will you be watching the Nald group matches? Yes. Okay, stand right where you are and look down. Okay, cool. And so the Nald group has been pared down to 2 combatants. While we wait for their match to begin, let us look back over the group's notable encounters. In the first round, local daring Franz the Fair crossed blades with Constain, free Paladin of Ishgard. Though the pundits tipped Franz as the outright favorite, the younger Constain refused to be cowed, tenaciously staying in the game before landing a single, mighty blow that ended the proceedings. Undoubtedly one of the upsets of the tournament, and most upsetting for all maidens, the realm over. By that victory, Constain booked a meeting with First Sword Mill, who had predictably triumphed in her own opening match. For those of you who were banking on another upset, however, it was not to be. From the opening moments, it was plain from his sluggish movement that Constain's earlier exertions had taken their toll. Meanwhile, the First Sword was all business. With her textbook perfect technique and methodical maneuvering, she took firm control of the halfway mark and didn't let go until her opponent was on his knees. This match format is fucking weird. It's like, the only ones fighting are like two people who are just fighting in a straight up line. I don't get it. There's like no bracket or anything. I believe preparations for the tournament's penultimate match are in order. Mila, the first sword of the Gladiators Guild, will take to the arena against Black Lotus, the mystery contestant who has soundly defeated all comers. Wow! And Black Lotus advances to the Ul Cup final! In another nail-biting clash, the first sword showed her class against an unknown opponent. However, Black Lotus kept up with her blow for blow, and seemingly out of nowhere clinched victory with a magnificent parry. So sublime was the timing, it calls to mind the Sword of Nald. And now that you mention it, I can definitely see the resemblance. And with that sublime strike, our second Ul Cup finalist has been decided. Robin Tia will take on the mysterious Black Lotus in a battle that promises to go down in Colosseum, nay, Ul'Dan history. Please look forward to it. I know I will. You're not looking at me, you can't see anything. The helmet was in the way. It was just your helmet that was looking at me. She lost! Mila lost! Ah, so much for the lauded first sword. What will we do? The Black Lotus could ruin everything. If he ends up winning the tournament, we'd be neck deep in debt, paying what's owed. Fret not, my friend. We already know Black Lotus's strings. As a matter of fact, we are pulling them as we speak. Truly? Do I not always say one can never have too many guarantees? Mila is truly a complete fighter, and she gave me nary a flaw or opening to exploit. I can see why she is the Guildmaster. Well, my little campaign may be over, but I take heart in the knowledge that yours continues. I shall pray for your victory. To think that one more beauteous than me should be found in Ishgard. Well, there is naught for it but to train harder and grow more beauteous. That Black Lotus fellow, though, there was something familiar about him. A beauteous ferocity I'd swear I've seen before, but I cannot remember where. He was super gay. From technique to sheer strength, that Black Lotus was a class above me, in all aspects. What's more, he fought with a ferocity style that resembled... But never mind that. Dwelling on it won't change the result. I was bested in a fair contest, and I shall give credit where it is due. My only regret is that I could not meet you in the final, Robin. It falls to you now to bring pride to our guild's name. Oh, after the match, Black Lotus came and said that he wished a word with you. The way he mentioned your name gave me the impression that he knew you. But then again, many people do. At any rate, I don't see any harm in obliging the man. If you can spare a moment, he asks you to come to the quicksand. You... can threaten me all you like, but I ain't pulling out. It's poor form, see? Well, far be it from me to ruin your form, but there's a trivial matter I would bring to your attention. You bastard! Very trivial, yes. I'm sure you will make the right decision. Hehehehe. You were listening, eh? Don't worry, it's nothing I can't handle. Look, I know I asked you to come here, but something's come up. We'll have to do this another time. Cool. Well, did you meet Black Lotus? Postponed, you say? I wonder what he wanted. If nowhere else, you could always try chatting in the arena. It would hardly be the first time folk got talkative in battle. I must say, though, the disappointment of elimination is swiftly giving way to anticipation. I look forward to seeing you clash with Black Lotus and, needless to say, come away with the win. It's time, Robin. The Ool Cup final. You have what it takes to win. Just fight as you always do, and the rest will follow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my regret to inform you that Black Lotus has withdrawn from the match. In the absence of an opponent, the winner of the Ool Cup final is Robin Tia by default. Nice! Hey, you don't think that those rumors could be true, do you? What? That Black Lotus is Aldous, the gladiator who was banished from the Colosseum? Seems a little far-fetched, but you never know these things. In an unexpected turn of events, Black Lotus, the winner of the Null group, has withdrawn. I repeat, Black Lotus has withdrawn. 12 in a tangle. What in blazes is going on? We will relay further information as soon as more becomes available. Please bear with us. Is the meaning of this? Apologies, my lady, but I'm as much in the dark as you are. 'Twas the tournament registrar who spoke with Black Lotus on the matter. Not even the organizers have full grasp of the situation. It isn't uncommon for combatants to withdraw from a match, but when it does happen, more often than not, something illicit is afoot. While some might consider default to be the sweetest word, I know that you do not. Nay, an unearned victory such as this rings hollow and brings you no satisfaction. As such, I have mind to delve into what will certainly prove to be some dark places. May I rely on your help? Good. To begin with, let us go and ask the tournament registrar about this conversation with Black Lotus. Yes, my lord. Black Lotus came and informed me that he no longer wished to fight. This happened shortly after you entered the anteroom. I assumed he would follow suit, but instead he declared his withdrawal. Stunned as I was by the time I had gathered my wits and thought to ask for his reason, he had spun on his heels and left. He was headed in the direction of Pearl Lane, I believe. If you wish to speak with him, I suggest you take your search there. How do you know? How do you know where he was going? It's all the way over there. How do you have any idea where he was going? Well, I'd say it's time to come clean. Sharp as you are, you'd probably seen through the masquerade anyway. What? It was all this? The guy everyone said that it was? Damn, that's a surprise. They're really bad at that. Like in the writing, it's terrible. They never even like attempt to keep things hidden. Like it's obvious from like the first second that you see something. Like, okay, that's that guy. Or they like literally say it, like, that looked exactly like that guy, and then it is that guy every single time. Robin, it's good to see you again. As myself, in any rate. Let me guess, you demand to know why I abandoned you at the arena. I'll tell you that and more besides, but this stays between us, understand? Since we took care of business with Leopold, and I left Ul'dah, I've been roaming the land like a proper vagabond. In the course of which I helped a child in need. You've already met the little scamp. I came upon him one day all on his lonesome, his face caked in dirt, a war orphan like so many out there. Upon learning what I did for a living, he decided that he must learn swordplay and begged me to teach him. Wouldn't take no for an answer, the stubborn bugger, and he's been following me around ever since. Now, those that came to me with threats, they mistook the boy for my own, and took him hostage, and demanded I pull out of the tournament. If it were just my own head, I wouldn't think twice about risking it, but I won't gamble with someone else's life. The boy may not be my flesh and blood, but he is in danger on my account. And here we are. What can I say? In spite of myself, I've taken to the rascal. I knew it was you, from the moment we fought. Milla, my dear, you're as ravishing as ever. Spare me. All this time and you couldn't bestir yourself to send a single goddamn letter. Easy on the anger now. It would be a right shame to line that beautiful face with wrinkles. That's neither here nor there. Now, tell me, why have you returned? Ah, as hasty as ever too, I see. If you must know, rumors had reached me of a free paladin named Robin Tia, whose skills were beyond compare. Precisely how far beyond compare had his skills become, I simply had to see, nay, test for myself, so I made my way back to Ul'dah. When I arrived, I learned that the prestigious Ul Cup had been revived. If Robin enters, I'd get my wish. If he doesn't, I'd just have to settle for winning the tournament and resuming my wanderings. With a little help from an old friend, I acquired an invitation, and found myself a suitable, menacing, full-face helm. Being something of a pariah, it wouldn't do to be seen, you see. If you went through all that effort for the sake of fighting Robin, why did you withdraw? Simply put, to make way for money. Not mine, mind you, but someone else's. As you know, a tournament of this scale sees stupendous sums of coin moved, and there are some who'd stop at nothing to ensure that it moves their way. Well, it turns out that Black Lotus was standing between an especially unscrupulous crew and their fortune, and so they took my boy and threatened his life. Boy? Aye, well, it's a rather embarrassing tale. Let's save it for after I'm a few tankards in. Someone wants you to win, Robin, at all costs. While I do not disagree with their choice of champion, their methods don't sit well with me. But I'm afraid the rest will have to wait. The danger hasn't passed. Though I did as I was told, they haven't kept their part of the bargain. I mean to mount a rescue, and for this I could use your help. I knew I could count on you. First of all, we must track down these match-fixing, child-abducting villains. For the sake of haste, let us split up and investigate. If you could ask after shady sorts in these parts, I'll see to the nearby areas. You see anyone shady around? A child? When the hell did he... Hella jelly. Shady swords? Taking wagers on the Ul Cup? Haven't seen any myself, but safe to say they're out there. It's Ul'dah, after all. Dude. You here to laugh at me? Well, there's plenty around here hoping to strike it rich quick. Don't know any bookmakers myself. Don't have the coin for that, but something's bound to. I get so fucking annoyed at people calling other people idiots for buying new Ubisoft games and so on. The same game, blah blah blah. Well, if I enjoy the formula, why wouldn't I buy them? I don't know. It's the internet. People call it people idiots for literally any reason, and for enjoying literally anything. You're gambling? Match fixing? Whatever are you talking about? The kidnapping? Oh gods, I never imagined they'd go do that to me and my big mouth. Nah, alright. I'll tell you what I know. Least I can do to clear my conscience. This black market bookmaker. He has no established base, the better to avoid the authorities, but right now he has a lackey near the Gate of Thal. Say to the fellow the words, doubt the truth, and he'll tell you where to go. Now leave me be, and you didn't hear any of this from me. Why people get upset because I like a game? I don't know. Just the way it is. I am very upset because you like Skyrim. I would fight you if I saw you in real life. Finally settled this question about Skyrim once and for all. I mean, I judge people for buying games that are like certain companies as well. I don't really care about Ubisoft, but if someone said that they bought a Blizzard game, I would bully them. Like Lightblight. I'd bully Lightblight for buying Diablo 2 Resurrected. Hey Biblio, long time no see. How's it going? Skyrim's clearly the pinnacle of game development and will get re-released every other year forever. Yeah. How can you say this? I don't understand how you can say this with a straight face. Even though I know your face wasn't particularly straight when you said it. Don't really care what other people play. Yet here you are, bullying me 24/7 for playing Final Fantasy XIV every single day for the entirety of my playthrough. What are you gawping at? Piss off! With the chat mode in say, enter the password, doubt the truth to let the suspicious fellow know you are a customer. This is such a deep mechanic. Doubt the truth. Doubt the truth. Nibba. Does that work? Yeah, it did. Oh, a customer. Collecting, are ya? Then it's over by the Sultan tree. Just so you know, it might be a bit noisy. My mate there's are babysitting at the moment. Here. I never got into the whole FF franchise. Some games are fantasy, some sci-fi, and some MMO, and I can't see any joy in them. Okay. I mean, I don't particularly like Final Fantasy. I think it's literally the most overrated genre in the world, in the entire world. Like there is no one, like even Dark Souls is less overrated than Final Fantasy. But at the same time, back in the day when I played them, they were just nice. There's now when I look at them, I just know that there's like literally no actual gameplay in them or anything. But they were just like nice worlds, nice little experiences. But nowadays, the new Final Fantasy games are just terrible. And their only MMOs are 11 and 14. And 14 is the only one worth playing. I'm looking for. Yeah? What do you want? Your clothes, your boots, and your chocobo. Child. One of all, they say. Get 'em. You can't. Me? I'm gonna kill you. No, hornets! But the thing about this as an MMO as well is that there's no point in playing it if you don't want to play it for the story. And the story is literally mostly just like a gigantic visual novel without dialogue choices or branching paths. So you just gotta, like, if you can't enjoy it, then there's no point in playing it. But it's not really like an MMO. It's more like a single player story game than anything else. The MMO stuff is just like there. And you can do that later if you want. Like you have to do a bunch of dungeons throughout the story, which is obviously multiplayer content, but otherwise it's mainly a single player game, to be honest. And it's the best single player Final Fantasy game. In my opinion. Yeah, I mean MMOs are dead. There's like no reason to play them anymore, for the most part. Me and my cousin played Vanguard as well. I have the collector's edition box for it. I think we got to like level 20 and then we stopped playing. And then the game shut down. I would be interested in trying Vanguard again, if there was like a server for it, but I don't think there are, because it was a shit game and nobody cares. But when I think about Vanguard, I only remember, I remember a couple of things. But the things that come to mind, one thing that I liked that was just like flavor, was the psychic mentalist or whatever class, psionic, where they had the psionic only chat that was global. It was the only global chat in the entire game, and it was only for psionics. I really liked that little flavor. Otherwise, I remember me and my cousin, since we were 2 people, we were just like going around killing people, because 2 versus 1 is unbeatable, like you just can't win. because it's not it's not actually skill based, so it doesn't matter if you're like a better player. You can't win against two people unless your gear is much better. So we were just going around murdering people left and right. And then I remember dying in some place. And in the game, you could like lock your gear by using items on them, so that when you died, you still had your gear. I think. Because when you died, otherwise, you dropped, like in World of Warcraft, for example, you dropped your corpse. But here you dropped a tombstone with your gear in it. So you had to go and get back to that to pick up your gear. But the thing is, if that was like inside an enemy area, you'd have to get back in there without gear to get your loot back, or you get your gear back. So you'd have to go like buy new gear and shit to do that. But me and my cousin, we played the there was like a wolf race, and I think they could either you could just sprint, or they could like turn into wolves to run faster or some shit like that. But I remember we made like a macro that was just like target the tombstone, and you could pull the tombstone. For some reason, you could like pull it like 5 yards or something. So you just went in and then you smashed the macro button, and then you just like ran with your tombstone back out, and then you could loot yourself. That's all I remember. But I did appreciate traveling in that game, because like I've mentioned before, I like it in MMOs when traveling is a fucking pain in the ass. Traveling should suck dick. And it really, really, really sucked ass to travel in that game. It was so far to go anywhere. Absolutely ridiculous traveling times. The child is unharmed? Uncle Aldi, I'm so sorry. If only I was stronger. That's nothing a little training won't fix. By the way, have you thanked Robin here yet? Oh, right. Thanks for saving me, Robin. At first I thought you were one of the crooks, but you're a really nice person. Oh, and you're really strong as well. I'm gonna train hard so I can be strong too, and look after myself. Allow me to thank you also, my friend. And lest you wonder, I haven't been idle either. I managed to find solid evidence implicating the ex-sellsword. Odd. Our friend whom you saw me having a chat with, the Brass Blades, have been alerted to his shenanigans, and he'll trouble us no longer. Wait, did that boy just call you uncle? Aye, well, I'm a little too far gone to be his playmate. What of it? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you assumed he was, you know. Ah ha ha ha, that certainly explains your black mood. To prevent further misunderstanding, he isn't mine. I chanced to help him, and we became fast friends, is all. Oh. Oh. Well, it's not like I cared or anything. It's just, given how long you were gone, I wouldn't have been surprised, is all. It takes a lot longer than that to grow him this big. This is nothing to laugh about. Nah, but it is. At any rate. All's well that ends well. It's just a pity the dream match between me and Robin could not be. Don't be so quick to give up. You've evidence that you were threatened, have you not? I believe there's a good chance we can still make it happen. The World Cup generated such excitement as the Colosseum has not seen in generations. The organizers would have to be hopeless fools to forgo the chance to crown it off with a grand finale. I will launch a formal petition in my capacity as Guildmaster. The match will take place. Just you watch. Ah, that's my Miller. As brilliant as you are beautiful. The first sword's as good as her word, my friend. Our match is a guaranteed thing. When we finally meet in the arena, Let us hold nothing back. And no hard feelings if I win, yes?
Yes, I'm Kibbs.
I will go and entrust the young one to the care of the brass blades. Pray, come and see me at the guild afterwards. There. Gladiators Guild. My thanks, Robin. With your help, not only were we able to save Aldous' boy, we may yet spare the tournament an unceremonious end. All that remains is to convince the organizers to host the final. Knowing them, though, it won't require much convincing. On the subject of the boy, I would thank you to keep my little misunderstanding to yourself. Now then, I must be about my business. Until such time as the match is confirmed, take what rest you can. You will need it. Alright. Last step. I saved all the Paladin quests until we got to level 70. Except for the first one, because I did it by accident. It's official, Robin. The Colosseum has agreed to host the Ul Cup final anew. In the interest of maintaining excitement, things are already in motion. And lest you wonder, Odd has since been apprehended by the Brass Blades and cannot hinder the proceedings. Aldous has been informed and makes ready even as we speak, and you should likewise see to your own preparations. When all is in order, the tournament registrar will escort you through to the arena. Suffice it to say, I shall be cheering you on from the viewing gallery. Good luck, Robin, and give Aldous a kiss for him. With the rim of your shield. Honestly, after I've been streaming and reading so many games out loud, I've started doing that when I'm not streaming. I'm just sitting there alone in my apartment, just reading out loud for myself. It honestly makes it a lot easier to stay focused. I don't know. This is it, my lord. No more sudden changes of plan. Are you ready to proceed? I'm just too retarded to read. Only. I need to read out loud like in olden days. Ladies and gentlemen, finally at long last the moment you've all been waiting for is here. The Ul Cup final. Before this starts, I want to know something. Is it true? Black Lotus is actually Aldous, the Sword of Nald. What? Black Lotus, I must ask you to remove your helm. Those balls! It's really him. What'll happen now? Nothing will happen, that's what. Once expelled, a gladiator may never fight in the Colosseum again. There will be no match. Aye, that's right. All this time, it was me. I am the last person who needs to be reminded of my own banishment. If you wish to call off the final, then so be it. I'll not argue. Nonetheless, I ask you this. Will you not let Robin and I fight? We promise to give you a match that bards shall long sing of. Oh, come on! One of the greatest swordsmen of our age is about to cross swords with a fabled hero. and you have to even think about it. Everyone here must be aching to see them fight. Is this not so? If there is any indication of dishonest conduct, I shall take his head myself. But give them a chance, I say. Remember the incredible performances they've given us thus far, and imagine how much finer it will be. The first sword speaks true! This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. 'Twould be a crying shame to have it end like this. Oh? Aye, listen to Milla. I came here for a final, and I want one, damn it. Me too. I've watched all this since I was a lad, and I want to watch him fight again. Let it happen, rules be damned. You have no objections, Robin?
I want him disqualified.
I must confess that I too have awaited the match with bated breath. There will be time enough afterwards to revisit past misdeeds. There you have it, Aldous. You have the blessing of all present. Don't ever change, Miller. Come, Robin. Your opponent is the Sword of Nod. Ah. Is he gonna manage to get me below 75% hit points? I don't think so, but we'll see. With the blessing of Nod Thal, two mighty warriors now meet in the Ul Cup final. Come, Robin, show me what you can do. I can cast this spell 5 times in a row. Here's something new to something. But I don't have time to read what you're talking about. Doing this shit thing again? Hey, put for me, will you? I want to be able to do that too. Hate NPCs, they always have much cooler shit than me. For now. In Endwalker, we're gonna be Super Saiyan. Come on, bitch. I wonder if I can stun him when he does this. But the answer is no, he did not get me below 75% hit points. And the champion of the Ul Cup, the greatest swordsman in the realm, is Robin T. So cool. My Chinese armor. What is Pantheon? Vanguard Pantheon. Minus Call of Duty. EverQuest and Vanguard creator announces Pantheon. What is Pantheon? Pantheon Rise of the Fallen has the pedigree of EverQuest and Vanguard developer Brad McQuaid behind it. Click. Kickstarter, Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen, an epic planar high fantasy MMO from renowned EverQuest creator Brad McQuaid. Funding unsuccessful. RIP. A magnificent performance from start to finish. Such exquisite blade work I have seldom beheld. Now then, perchance you have heard that the champion would be awarded a rare tome, one which holds the secret techniques of the first captain of Sultan's War. Papa Sean, if you would be so kind. Ahem, if I may speak plain, your grace. The tome does not exist. What? I'm fucking scammed. Well, well, I see what you did there, Master Papa Shah. You've revived not only Sultan Sisigan's tournament, but his vision as well. Seems a history lesson is in order. During his reign, Sultan Sasagan ul Sisigan invited swordsmen of all lands to Ul'dah to fight with his own elite in tournaments. In time, such tournaments came to attract sellswords, giving rise to a national institution, the grand diversion that is the Colosseum. While that was a defining development for Ul'dah, historians believe that in bringing together expert swordsmen, the Sultan's true intent was to advance the gladiatorial arts. But when the balance of power shifted away from the royalists, the royal house lost access to the enormous funds needed to host grand tournaments. The revival of the Ul Cup, the promise of a non-existent prize, all of it was in emulation of Sultan Sasagan's vision.
You are most perceptive, Aldous. The true purpose in bringing together the highest names in swordplay was to raise the gladiatorial arts higher, as the Sultan once did. And though we walk in his footsteps, our destination lies a little farther, for it is my hope that not only Ul'dah, but Eorzea as a whole is strengthened. From the Garlean menace to the beast tribes and their primates, the realm is faced with numerous threats. We are to protect our homes and loved ones, so we must keep our blades sharp and our shields strong. Forgive me, your grace. Had you known there was neither tome nor technique, I feared you would not consent to the tournament. You should have consulted me from the first. As it stands, we must needs find another means of rewarding our champion. My dear Robin, speak unto me your desire. I shall do my utmost to bestow it. I want a girlfriend. Nothing. Pardon for all this or nothing. I don't know. Fuck all this, dude. Yeah, sure. We'll give him a pardon. A noble request befitting your kind-hearted self. Ere I grant it, however, there is one thing I would know. I am given to understand you were sentenced to exile for being party to bribery. Is this true? It is, your grace. I see. Very well then. I, Nanamu Ul'Namo, Sultana of Ul'dah, do hereby absolve you of all crimes. Yeah! Our fair nation has need of men of your strength and skill, now more than ever. 'Twould be unconscionable to cast you aside. And to the champion Robin I offer my joyous congratulations. Your victory this day shall long remain in our hearts and minds. Though the tournament is come to a close, I pray that all of you shall ever strive to raise your heart higher, for the good of all the realm. Tabula rasa. Yeah, honestly, I kind of miss that whole
period of gaming where all you were doing was like waiting for the next MMO to drop, and then it did, and then it was like the exact same game you had played like 40 times already every single time, except for like a few couple. But most of the ones that like broke the mold a little bit, just like were instantly cancelled, or they were just like really bad. Except for that like one little thing that made them interesting. I'm checking out the official Pantheon website, the Kickstarter I just mentioned, and all I'm getting is a recommended post for arginine cream for penis enlargement. So yeah, I think this project is pretty dead. You're even stronger than Uncle Aldi. If I'm going to challenge you one day, I'm gonna have to train extra hard. Think that such a motive existed for the tournament. We gladiators too must endeavor to do our part for the greater good of the realm. Hear, hear, my dear. Ah, but the things one must do to arrange a simple match with Robin. Judging by how quickly you've improved in my short time away, had we fought but a few days earlier, I like to think I would have come out on top. So, I'm good to return to the Colosseum. You have Her Grace's personal endorsement. I'd say that's about as good as one can get. And as a finalist in the Ul Cup, you would draw decent crowds. We'd be glad to have you back. Ah, I never dreamed that this day would come. Well, I suppose I'll resume my wanderings. What? You're given a royal pardon, yet you're leaving Ul'dah again? Milla, you watched Robin and I fight. For all my training during my travels, all the hardships I subjected myself to, I was no match for him. 'Tis plain I still want for experience, for knowledge and skill, and I won't be at peace until I gain it. Surely you understand this. Yes, but... Worry not, Milla. I will visit whenever I can. After all, there's a filly back home who whinnies incessantly after me. And you, my free paladin friend. Not only did you oblige me with a match, you rescued my boy and defended my honor besides. For that, I cannot thank you enough. I learned much and more from our encounter, and I should be glad if you got something out of it also. Keenly do I look forward to our next meeting, when we can simply square off with no complicating factors to distract us. Cool. I like how they say that there's no tome or skill involved that you're gonna get, and then you get one anyway. Yeah! A Power Rangers pose. This concludes the Paladin quest for Stormblood. Blah 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 blah. Oh, we got a new skill. Where is it? There it is. And then you just stand like this for 20 seconds. Okay. Now then, we go and find out what my gear looks like. There's a shield too. There. What do you mean Glamour Prism 0?
I have to go fight Glamour Prisms.
Can't believe this shit. This door was better. Alright, now what? Alright. What do I think about this? Pretty mid, to be honest. It's a little bit too white. But we can go with this for a while. I mean, it's our new Paladin gear. I need to... We need to go to Rogger's Reach and buy a new shield. We were too low level. My shield is too low level to equip the new look, which is weird. No, it's not weird, because I put the shield away. That way I can't equip it. level 400. Oh, wait. Skaven gear. What am I wearing? Augmented Skaven armor. 400. Okay, fair enough. My current weapon is item level 300. This is 400. Can we afford both? Yeah, we can. Better shield. Better sword. I don't like these. The Allegan gear is always super ugly. Luckily we have glamours. Yeah. I like my previous better. What? Time to continue the story? Stormblood Part 3? He seems troubled.
Come to see how we're getting on? We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion. For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future. But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches.
Jaw? Your jaw?
The reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you.
You? Who are you?
Don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me? I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure? After all, we were adventurers before we were scions, were we not? After routing the Imperials and liberating Alamigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots? So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
Twist my arm, why don't you? I don't even know what that means. Well, we do, I suppose. But no, when we last went adventuring, which was following the main story for the entire time. Right then. Let's go and find Master Levieux. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Etherite, and we'll be along shortly. See you there. Can we switch away from this bird now? I absolutely despise the bird. Do we have any other mounts? They're cool. Not really. I'm just gonna go back to the chocobo.
No voice acting anymore.
I finally got to eat my breakfast. Greetings, Robin. It would seem we are to accompany Ironwald on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy, and Theodoric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Ralger's Reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it is said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty. You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course, we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down, in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remained simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine, the three of us, delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing.
What did that mean?
You have learned the emote box. Why?
Pew pew. Pew 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 pew. Boom.
The news of Doma and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion. You're delaying Skyrim? Skyrim's never gonna happen, dude. Which means the Guardians must surely have their hands full. What better time now than to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Ironbolt, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't going to get us anywhere. So we'll probably need to ask around. But would that be another way of saying no?
Well, yes.
I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied Archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncover the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you will be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arnwald, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks whilst Robin makes the rounds in the Alamegan quarter. Ah, and there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbard's Gate. I'm not sure if it was Skyrim, but I think Kibbs said that like all 3 of his autosaves became corrupted or something. So did they actually break the game more somehow? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because mods are terrible for game stability. Except for the mods that increase game stability because the game is dogshit to begin with. I've encountered loads of bugs I've never seen before. Like what? In the palace? No, not Midland. Surely you have heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up on the Divine Audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. People keep talking about this Skyrim multiplayer mod, but I still don't understand Elder Scrolls multiplayer. Wait, Elder Scrolls Online. You want to hear an old maid's stories, do you? Aye. Well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd ordered. And after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow, and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. Aye, I served at the pleasure of King Theodoric, and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which of course we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're hell-bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Ernest. He was the king's head scribe. Now, I did say that Final Fantasy is the most overrated franchise of all time, but I think I'll go with Elder Scrolls for that, probably. It's a crapshoot though, but at least Final Fantasy works.
Yes, I'm Arnold. What do you want with me? You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well, I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia, and the public executions of his kinsmen. Those were terrible enough, but in his last days, the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court
thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon them, upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the pass. Even now my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhaps it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. The Mad King Martin, 1890. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures, and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself, but I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist, or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. But what of you, Robin? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Turning to monsters! What could he mean by this darkness beneath the pass? I wonder. I met an old man in Alagiri, who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said naught of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning him a yarn, do you think? Did you believe him, Robin? His fears seem genuine. If he was afraid, that does lend credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Ernald's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden, but ere I share my theory, there is a matter I would clarify. Arnold, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it. But you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you see in pure-blood Garleans. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage, and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and the road led me into the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodoric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Arnold, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall. But I feel it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Robin, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arenvald's noble cause, and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward?
No!
That I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's trove, if you are minded to hear it. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourned to a more suitable location. in case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but is certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Seld. It literally just means Salt Lake, right? That's what it means. Wait, do I need to talk to him to fly out or to get out? Is this its own instance? No. Forgive me. It was not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wished to have the lock in sight while I explained things. Prior to the great floor of the great flood of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were jet dry ravines, and this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the Fifth Astral Era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war. Yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace, mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe, was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kingsmen were cast down, were not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely, and since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance into the old city would have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers and the gods know how many Alamegans never found a trace of the trove. We, however, have certain advantages which they did not enjoy. Robin, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Aronwald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace.
Bye-bye.
You discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. You be swimming. You come to a worn stone door, standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found an entrance into the subterranean ruins. Psyching myself up to watch the Wheel of Time tonight or to hold off? Only read the books like 5 times. You read all of the books 5 times? I only read like the first 3 maybe. But then again, I never really was much for reading. Robin, it's Alfino. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a door concealed by enchantments. Have you aught to report? I heard the adaptation sucks ass. Alright. And you believe it leads into the ruins? Excellent. Then I propose we proceed from our respective entry points and look to meet somewhere in the middle. Oh, come on lads. We might as well make it a race. Victory goes to the first adventurer to find the treasure. Godspeed. Dude, you guys are gonna die if you go in. I haven't even heard of it. I didn't even know there was a thing. Amazon Original Series. I'm gonna watch it and I'm gonna say it's the best show ever. And get everyone really mad at me. Because they read the books. I made too many sandwiches. Must have been pretty smart to keep it all straight in his head while writing it. He'd have his wife as an editor. Well, I don't know. As long as you have a good approach to writing, it's not really that hard, to be honest. I mean, there's still a lot of like a lot of steps where you might end up with plot holes and whatnot. But if your viewership would decline or rise, probably rise. And I would be very sad for it. But like when you're writing, you usually write key points in the story. Like, this is a key point, this is a key point, this is a key point. A good approach, in my opinion, is to write the beginning and the end, and then you figure out like key points in the story between that, and then you like connect them with bullshit. Or you have like a point to your story, or like something that you want to explore or be like the focus of it or whatever, and then you try to like write the key points for that, and then you write things around that. Oh yeah, it would definitely go up with Skyrim. There are so many people who like Skyrim for no reason, because they're retarded.
They're like, whoa, these trees are so cool.
Then you walk around in them.
They're like, whoa.
Absolute piece of shit game. We can play Rune instead. Skyrim is so bad. It's so bad! This is a sandwich. See? It's a sandwich. I just got tired of eating sandwiches. I wanted to eat my cinnamon bun. I made too many sandwiches. I'm like shoving them down into my mouth. One loaf equals one serving? Yeah. This bread is a lot harder to eat because it's very meaty. I only recently started even trying. So I've been baking a lot recently because I've been struggling to get it right. Like almost every loaf I've made has been fucked up in some way. But this one turned out pretty decent. I'm gonna try a more advanced one next time. Whenever I feel like for the coming apocalypse. Yeah. And I got plenty of bean cans to put on my bread. Like a proper British person. Yeah, Mark linked this bread earlier, and I'm gonna try making this next time. Some Japanese hocus pocus bread. They do some weird shit. Like this, it's just flour and water, and then they like cook it until it gets thick. And that's like the secret ingredient. It looks like cum, because you're gay, and you eat a lot of cum. Is that what you're saying? But otherwise it seems like super easy. Like, bread is honestly really easy to make, except that it's not. Because every step, like, you're gonna... You're gonna heat the water for the yeast, or you're gonna... I don't like that though. That's egg yellows, egg yolks. Or like you're gonna knead the dough and then you're gonna put it into the oven after some time. Then you're gonna figure out when it's done. The bread I make normally, like, it barely changes color, so it's almost impossible to tell when it's done. And the recipe, that the time that it says, it doesn't match at all. Not for my oven, at least. It has to be in for like another 20 minutes. I've never bothered making... Well, I've tried a bunch of different... The last time when it was decent, this one, I split the dough in two and made 2 loaves. And then I had it in for like 50 minutes at 175°C. The recipe says 35 minutes. I want a glass bowl though. I only have a plastic bowl. This part, where you like fold it over each other, that seems really important actually. Yeah. It is the cooking part that's hard. "12 minutes for this dungeon, very cool. Good thing we have Japanese bread videos. Did you make the gakkun? Taste-wise, it's honestly probably my favorite bread. She keeps folding it. And it's an important part. Because it makes the fibers like overlap, which makes it, gives it a bit, it like holds itself together better. I have a bread form, but mine is not this size. It's a lot longer. Right here. See how that works out with this. Eat an egg. I don't know what that means. Like, she keeps saying egg. But it looks like she has, like, separated yolks. But I can't tell if that's what it is or not, or if it's the entire egg. But it looks really nice. It does. And the bread that I've been making only has water in it. And like Martin said, changing to milk would probably make it better. That's probably true. Because you need egg, or you need milk, or you need oil. You need something else as a softener to make it be more like the bread you buy at the store. Otherwise, well, it's fine, like, but it's a lot rougher. It gets a little spongy when you don't have milk. I don't know, dude. Now the typical. We've been in queue for 16 minutes, and because of that, I now need to go to the bathroom. And when I go, it's gonna pop. I was wrong. This is what happens when you try to do one specific dungeon at like 6 a.m. in the US. What is it now? 7 a.m. Central. Yeah. Well, who do we have here? Smock up Greenbot. That little guy. A Blathius Scud. Where's that? It's up there. Might as well do something while we wait for this BS. Minotaur? Oh! Oh! City of Scala. Alright, should we push it this dungeon? I'm not sure. There are some pulls here that I'm not sure how much you can pull. Ah! Oh my god, don't stay there! You fucking retards! I hate when they do this shit. They're like single targeting one enemy in an AoE situation where we're obviously going to go and pull more. And then when they lose aggro, or when they gain aggro, they're still like standing there. So stupid. Sniper! Oh, come on. Fuck's sake! Stop single targeting it, you fucking moron! It's so annoying. He's single targeting. How is he leading the DPS by single targeting? How is that even possible? Fuck? Am I just blind or something? So this boss, I don't really remember his mechanics. Hydro pull. That means you run away from him, because you don't want to stand in the water. Bloody puddle. Well, while I still think he's playing wrong, I mean, I can't complain when he's leading the DPS meter. See, here's where I'm a little bit unsure. No, you have to kill some of these guys first. Here. So you got two big guys here that you can pull. We are going to do. And we also have these guys. Then you also have these guys. Here, which is a gigantic pull. How are we becoming vulnerable? Not even close, dude. Oh no, the heater's dead. Somehow we survived that. Not really much to this boss. I think he's gonna transform us, if I remember right. Shifting light. Activate clunk transformation something something. Yeah. Then you have to place bombs. So when he does this, it becomes easier. It's only one button to press it. Whatever. Get hit by that. Another transformation. Oh my god! Once we finish Shadowbringers, we're gonna have to play on my other character for a while. Because I noticed that on this character, I'm like at the 3rd patch of Shadowbringers. We played everything else. And before I finish the rest, I can't start the New Game Plus on that chapter. So I'm just gonna have to play up to that point after we finish the main Shadowbringers thing on another character. That's already there. We're gonna have to be a gunbreaker for a while. Which is this... No, it's the most boring class in the game. I was really not impressed by that. It has a lot of buttons, but all of the buttons are the same button. Like you build up this gauge or something. I don't really remember exactly how it works. And then you get to use a long combo, which is supposed to be like in Final Fantasy VIII, when you use Squall's limit break. Then Sakukin, famously known as for sweets. So when you use Rensakuken, there's like a gauge that makes you press the button a bunch of times. And Squall just nukes the enemy like 40 times in a row. And that's basically what you do. You get like this long combo chain. That's like 9 hits. But it's literally just like one attack. It's just like expanded for multiple hits. And it's like 6 of your fucking class unlocks are just chains in that little chain. It's just super boring. There's nothing to the class. Maybe if they fix that in Endwalker, it might be a bit more interesting. But we're not gonna play that in Endwalker. Doesn't matter. Survive for 5 seconds? For 5 seconds! Hit me! There, now we're invulnerable. Did I just lag? Please no lag. Yeah, he used Volley Fire 8 times that fight, which is his AoE. He's not AoE. Rock! Get on! He raises his claw. That means you need to run away from the front. Raises his tail. That means they need to watch it. Look away from that one. When you see the eye icon on the boss, that means you need to look away. I barely saw it there, though. Raises his tail. But did he die? Right, that means we have to use our healing to survive. But don't... What are you doing? Don't kill yourselves. You can still do this. The Paladin heal is kinda nice, because if you heal someone else with it, you also get the full heal. So when the healer goes down like that, you can kind of carry. But you don't have that much mana. But the fact that it has a cast time still means that you only want to use it when like the party is not playing correctly. Drops when I'm not a tank. Scalic coat offending. Looks ugly. Why would I want this? Maybe it looks cool if you color it or something.
Oh, bugger it.
Bugger it.
Are you all right? Aye. Aye. Everything's still attached.
Ah, it seems both our paths led here. Very good. We spent altogether too much time fleeing fiends horrid and numerous. How fared you?
I'm fine. Whatever. Look at
Much
that
the same,
portrait.
then. 'Twould appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
I want to see the portrait again.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Mad King's literally just a
Quite.
purple haired
Right.
STW.
Well, there is even more than I imagined.
Look at him.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
Alright, let's see him. What else can we remove? Five. Did a purple Super Saiyan form? Not really, but when they go super the blue, they get like bubblegum colored auras or some shit, but that's not quite right. I'm just looking for change pose. Like, this color, I really don't like it. The orange just looks terrible. The white parts don't really fit anything. Maybe something like that. Like purple. Chrome yellow. Or just make it whole white. That could also work. Oh, not a huge fan. Arnwald and I forged ahead at the fastest pace we could manage, but I was not surprised to find you waiting for us. I suppose it serves us right for challenging the Warrior of Light. Next time we should agree on some manner of handicap. Ah, we may have lost Alphino, but think of what we found. Quite. I'm still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. Well, like how you reeled at the sight of that floating spectre, you mean? You should have heard him scream, Robin. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that's all that matters. All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news, and I think Lise should be the first. Seconded, there is to be a meeting of representatives from across Alamigo, so she is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? Oh. Why is Alamigo like the biggest city in the entire game? Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. Voice acting? You're joking. The Mad King's trove. I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Robin and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it go towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Gods, if there's as much as you say. Arnwald did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I have taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there is one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Commander, we've got a problem. Deep breaths, tell me what's happened. A mob's gathered outside headquarters, and they've started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself. We want free money!
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on?
Someone let slip about Fedorla.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Butcher the... Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
Calm down!
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye, and my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes.
She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about. Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
That's because you have no morals.
I know you're right, I do. But I can't.
I thanked Robin. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. It's a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas the same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But now the war is over, all the unspent fury being channeled into vengeance. Aye, it's not just here. We've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often. Then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future of our own, so I've planned a summit of sorts. We've even invited the Ananta and the Kukurn to participate. Alamigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fordola sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings. Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Nago! I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Aww. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated, and everyone who didn't resist? There would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodoric and Xenos. Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only I caught a glimpse of her past, a moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, aye, unforgivable things, but in some ways she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born, and that's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come join you. I want to talk to her too. I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. You have the commander's permission to enter them. Yes. And he's like, okay, fine, whatever. Just leave the door open.
Well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom. Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men! And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it. You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless, relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fordola. I see you for what you are.
Yep. We can't just rely on him. We have to see it for ourselves. Her sad backstory that makes everything okay.
Come along, Fordola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right!
Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Fadola!
Traitors!
Good old Stony. Hell yeah.
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of Arn.
We're citizens. We have rights.
Ah!
I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors! Traitors!
There's a big man with a big rock.
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Fadola, please. You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods. What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
This is Martin mentality when he joins the Imperials in Skyrim.
We're gonna join the Garlean Empire, and we're gonna change it from within.
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Don't worry about it.
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past? And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay! You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone.
I'm kids.
Things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
Was no big deal. Because I choose to.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it.
You want to get married?
Let's go.
When's the wife update? I want to marry the NPCs. Like in Skyrim, you go and marry them and then just put them in your house and that's it. That's the end of it. That's the entire content. Just like in real life. I'm gonna send this to your wife. Then I'm gonna take her from you. I don't know what I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about at least. Aye, and I've found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Robin, but the vision only comes to me every now and then. From the way Fordola kept wincing though. I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder. Could there be some fundamental difference between one who is born with the Echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? No one's born with the Echo. Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the Liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? You know what I'm gonna do? Or before we go and pay him a visit, I'm gonna pay the toilet a visit. Oh, I'm so fat. Fat today. Oh. General Aldin is inside. Aye. Will you be joining him? Apparently. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it? Yes. As expected, she didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arnwald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? We've been hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the Scion's expert assistance, if you have the time to lend a hand. I'm gonna research this medtech pod by, I don't know, kicking it a little bit. Something, bonking it with my sword. Just gonna pat it a little bit. The device in which Kryl was held seems even more ominous now you know its purpose. The surrounding ponds are marked Supply Subject, whilst this one bears the label Master Subject. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupant, save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. What purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. So many bodies. every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. From what I've been able to determine, they perished from forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. Robin, shall we start with you?
What? I don't know anything. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Taken in combination with the testimonies Kryl and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entails infusing a single candidate with ether, siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryl, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide a model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo. Believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. And there's a sentry at her door night and day. If she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past. But you don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Isael was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Reisvalger's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these gods-forsaken procedures, and Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish. Not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe in what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. I go looking for answers about the Echo and end up getting schooled by Rawa. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize just how much we rely on his authority, and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? This is a quandary which countless refugees now face. To continue the life they built in Ul'dah, or to start again in the land of their birth. Robin, a moment. I am newly returned from Ul'dah, with a message from the Sultana. Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. It's time to get locked up in Sweden for hate speech. An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd like to know about those, Alphino, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Robin. Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasure to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Arenvald? I am at your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins and start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, send Nanamo my regards. And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. Gonna visit the racist casino man. My lord, it was an honor to face you in the tournament. Since that day, I have spent my every spare moment in the practice yard, striving to attain some fraction of your skill with the blade. Ah, forgive me. You're here for your audience with the Sultana. Please proceed.
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy. The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel. I speak of Rauban and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Uldar home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo. And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Uldar or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a Sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure?
Okay, I guess.
Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Outside the quicksand. What do you think of Elira, the merchant's daughter? This is the disguise I don when I wish to leave the palace and observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papa-chan would accompany me, but for this particular outing, I need an advisor. I need an advisor, not a minder. And that's why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life, in every corner of Eorsia, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now let us be on our way. Our first destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the gates of Nod. I like how there was talk about, like, stepping down as Sultana and shit, and then after she fakes her death, she just completely drops that, and now she's just like the Sultana again, and they just maintain the monarchy. Like, there's no talk about it at all. Look upon this procession of tattered tents, these refugees camp in squalor, at the mercy of the elements, and Thanalan's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is, and unless blessed by the hand of Null himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Ul'dah. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the calamity, yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. You have done your best, your grace. Your hands have been tied, your grace. Oh, hands have been tied. Yes, my authority is limited, and that is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Base, dude. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Thanalan, when an untimely rockslide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if the incident was simply misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Rabban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' death were orchestrated by the monetarists, we could only have brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, was ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of its citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price of my naivety. But I am no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the monetarists' damnable games. Ah, forgive me my outburst. You're one of the few people whom I feel I can speak my mind. Are you retarded? Come, let us return to Ul'dah and visit the Colosseum. Just literally talking about maintaining the Sultanate right now. Gladiator skill. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years I simply signed where I was told to sign, and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that ignominious chapter in my life. For it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Raban. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Raban to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Raban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did, and when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. As you know, Raban is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the Bloodsands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the Syndicate. And then I had my blade. Yes, let's steal some state secrets from her. That guy died. Like, like, it's literally blood sports. He's literally killing all these people. For money.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Sham. Raban!
Your Grace, I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Uldar, and so, as tradition dictates, Rauben Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last. Long live the Sultana, and long live Uldar!
Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Shan's love for me is that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raban, with the authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which would cut the strings that bound me. We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan Sworn for long, and there are other places I would visit. To the Arzanith Ossuary. Visit the Satanist Guild. When the calamity threatened, Raban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cartano, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louisoix would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting this shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion, because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea, and much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I am to be a Sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Ul'dah. I have chosen my path, Robin. With Alamigo now freed from imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Already, many displaced Alamigans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I have made a small contribution, an artisan school in Ralgur's Reach for any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. We do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive, and this time the Ul'dah treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. ... Nothing? Huh. Even if one of your worldly experience is at loss, it would seem I have no choice but to seek out someone more well-versed in monetary matters. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbert Mandarin? Here he comes. Casino racist. Ah, well, he is a most generous man, if something of an eccentric. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see the word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should be only too glad to receive us. Airship landing. That's from Chamber of Rule. Gladiators Guild? Don't go there very often. The other way around. Hey. Airship landing. There it is. I have ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. Gold Saucer. I had heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert would be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. I bought these. I believe this is where we are to meet Lord Mandarin. Shall we sit while we await his coming? My apologies, Your Grace. I have kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice. When the Sultana herself comes calling, there is no more important engagement. As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I am sure, that many of Alamigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated homeland, and you're also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on that matter of how it might best be distributed? The unusual circumstances of our meeting and your Grace's choice of companion would suggest to me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Ulda's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. You oppose my proposition? Most emphatically. I agree with your Grace that the refugees must have housing and employment. But what profit is there for Ulda in this arrangement? Profit? After all you've done for Girabanians displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek to benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, Your Grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. And then we must consider Ulda's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Surely it is not your Grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill. Indeed. Then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency, whilst also serving the interest of the people of Ulda. Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamigans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. You have given me much to ponder, Lord Mandarin. I thank you for your candor. Profit. The thought never even crossed my mind. But standing about lamenting my naivety will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Robin, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempted philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. Dolorito? Ordinarily, I would not entrust any agent of the East Aldenard Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by him. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kugane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall await your report by the Aetheryte in Ulda. A fair journey to you, Robin, and a swift one, if you please. Card Square. I'm not playing card games. Triple Triad is retarded. If it wasn't retarded, I wouldn't mind doing it now and then, but it's absolutely the dumbest card game ever made. It's literally level-based. Like, all the cards It's like playing Magic the Gathering, except instead of it being common, rare, and or common, uncommon, and rare, it's like 40 steps, and a good deck only has level 40 cards. That's what Triple Triad is. It's so stupid. Ruby Bazaar. Robin, to what do I owe the pleasure? Or are you here on business? I beg your pardon. Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how to best invest the wealth of Ul'dah. My dear Robin, I have you to thank for this recognition, I am sure, and I am flattered that you came to me, truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon masters of profit, there is no living soul better qualified to advise Her Grace than Chairman Lolorito, a man whose morning exertions are said to fill his garderobe with gold. Garderobe? I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say at the Scion's former headquarters in Thunderland. The Waking Sands would seem a suitably neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Fare you well, Robin, and may your dealings prove fruitful. That these monsters call their enemies monetarists? I literally have no idea what you're complaining about right now. Except for your own incorrect preconceptions. There are a bunch of buzzwords. Cool. Oh, we have to go to Ul'dah first. That's the hardest. Come here. Come here. There. You're a buzzword. No, you're a buzzword. I wonder if we can buy anything for the old Mogul things. Never mind. Welcome back, Robin. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share?
No.
With Lolorito? And you agreed to this? I am well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the monetarists at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Ul'dah effectively. Very well, I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go on ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming. So this is where the Scions first congregated. I have heard many tales but never had occasion to visit. To work then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help. You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask. There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira? Hmm?
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I am glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
By all means. I must say I am most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Ul'dah and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more. To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Ul'dah. Ha! I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees?
Want
Which
to die?
has the greatest
Good.
potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
Make them stop talking about economic interventionism? You would prefer that they just sit there and do nothing while the refugees literally ruin the city?
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltry and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gill.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders, just as Your Grace desired.
A deal is struck then.
I fear it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. But I shall not complain. We have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Robin. I could not have done it without you. Our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, Robin, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your return to Alamigo. My thanks again. Together we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the peoples of Alamigo and Ul'dah both. Robin, you're back. What did Nanamo... Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? So, Raban says he's going to return to Ul'dah. But she isn't sure he wants to. Huh, tell us something we don't know. But I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Saltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convince her to seek Lolorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he is the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, Lys, assuming the interim government elects to accept Ul'dah's proposal, I have one caveat I would like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal, after all, and allowing Ul'dah to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lolorito too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Ugane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first though, we need to discuss this proposal with the Saltary's residents. Whiskar, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. By the way, Commander, would you mind coming along, Rob? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. Yeah, over there.
What manner of mischief brings you young ones to Old Watt this time, eh?
They want to rebuild the Saltary, Grandad. Robin, tell him about the deal.
Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was, but it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan, and it doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. The king used to send soldiers to kill the buggers, but the Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us.
Don't worry, Grandad. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hex has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked.
I'd appreciate that, Whiskar, my lad. Truly I would. So does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours?
I've been training, but mostly to kill Imperials. You've some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Robin? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you by the lock. Whilst you're busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Saltary to its former glory. Good hunting. Right then, Robin. I've got a spyglass here you can use to take a closer look at the pests. Once you've got their measure, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how well I get on. This quest, the first time, it took like 10 minutes to figure out what the fuck we were supposed to do. I'm not sure we can figure it out right now. What's this? Oh, found it right away. This is like a pixel you have to find. The Yabi's entire body is protected by hard caravans, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Ah, looks like you've found a Yabi. They say hitting their shells like smacking a rock. Any suggestion? Just hit it as hard as you can. Aim for the soft underside of the head. Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right then. Wish me luck. They got an ad? Nice. Very cool. Was it a good one? I absolutely hate watching Twitch when I get the ads. Thanks, Robin. I did just as you told me and the wavekin went down like a sack of popotos. Popotos? Let's find something else. It was not a good one? Okay. Got through Brave. Yeah. I don't think you can block Twitch ads, because they embed it in their streams. I think I can handle the Yabbies now. So we should try something different. What else is out there? Flip, zip. Search your surroundings for faux-bats. You may move the camera as well, zoom in and out. How to clip? Click the clip button. It's hover over the video and there's a little clippy thing. Determine its vulnerabilities. It's the eye. The Feobad's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense the power pulsating from behind its brow. Dog, Feobad? Feobad? How do I defeat one of those? Just hit it really, really hard, as hard as you can. Destroy the core within its brow. There's no button. It's in the video. It's literally on the video. You can't delete that. Inside its head, is it? I'll try to stab it right between the eyes then. Don't hear the problem in the clip? Well, that's good. But it's you. Then I don't have to worry about anything. It's your graphics card. Having like coil spins and shit. Coil wine. Pant. It's not easy fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo, watching your every move. But I got the job done. Thanks for the advice, Robin. I feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Any road, we should head back to the saltery before Grandad starts to worry. I've been snipped into pieces and fed to a Yabby's hatchlings. It was really weird. I see you've returned in one piece. No, I mean,
I see you've returned in one piece. Dealt with those beasts then, did you?
I fought them myself after a bit of instruction from Robin here. Once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear.
Good lad. A fine young man you've become, Whiskar. A fine young man indeed. Too often of late I hear tales of folk over in the city, drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot. Things like getting the saltery ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen.
I'm going to salt my toilet. It seems Whiskar has the Saltery's security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Water, and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Aldin. Apologies for the interruption, sir, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt, and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Ul'dah. You should go. General Aldin asked that you wait for him by the main gate in the Alamegan Quarter. My apologies again, sir. Fare you well. Now, what is the challenge log like right now? 3 more fates and we get bonus XP. I'm kind of tempted to do that. But let's not do that. Let's not do that. This has got to be voiced.
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern of yours. We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal. Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the Resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
Death! Their lives would be forfeit.
Hear, hear. There is no more fitting sentence for the perpetrators of such a massacre, and that is but one of their crimes. In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard. Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me.
But not for Dola, though. We're gonna marry her. Nothing like a sexy, angry Yorkshire woman.
I bear a share of the blame for Ilberd's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't. But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Ul'dah and take my place at the Sultana's side.
Father...
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain. Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
That took longer than I intended, but at least you know where I stand. Now that's settled, Arnvald, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Ananda has arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the village. These are Kalyana, the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting they be allowed to attend the council. Please is trying to reason with them, but you may need help. An invitation was extended to all the native beast tribes, but we assumed the Kalyana would refuse it out of hand. We'd best go and see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Robin, you have dealt with these Kalyana before. I'd have you at my side. Robin, Raban, God, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss, but we did not come here to shed blood. Aim to seek harmony with all who call Girabania home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us all. Welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will all be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we're going to get to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. Aye, let them keep their swords. Then we have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chamber. What is it the gods do? They are just manifestations. And they mind control everyone that they come in contact with. Permanently, forever. Why do I have the feeling we've welcomed a viper into our midst? Also, they eat They eat the world. Stay alive. The land is made up out of ether. And there's like a bunch of different aspects of the ether. Fire, wind, ice, earth, lightning, water, life, aspected ether, etc., etc. And to keep existing, the primals like suck the land dry, and everything just dies eventually. This Kalyana elder's intentions seem at odds with all we know of her tribe. What think you, Robin? The enthralled cannot be trusted. Aye, it is said that once a creature has fallen under the sway of a primal, there is no salvation, and I strongly doubt that Kalyana have suddenly broken free of Lakshmi's will. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The guard must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the Scions? I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Alamegan quarter. You can go on ahead if you like, Robin. My thanks. I will see you at the palace. And then they also attack and kill everybody. If that counts as something. What the fuck is that? Y'shtola? Robin, I've brought reinforcements. Artbald told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agreed that it would be prudent to call upon Y'shtola and thank him as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with the Kalyana tribe myself, but Alice's report suggested that they shunned contact with the other races, despised it in fact, even compared to other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, and I imagined Lise was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, it would seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Y'shtola and I can stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. Understood. We should join General Aldin inside then. Robin, do you know of the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city, at the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. Sultanate drains the life of everything with their economy? No, you just have a favela fetish. You're with the Scion, sir. General Aldin left order that you were to be escorted inside, if you'll follow me.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lise Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place? Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
Expertly done. Lys has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game and positioned them to consider a joint government.
They literally haven't had a king for
All things
40
considered,
years.
I would say events have got off to a fine start.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenfrid. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kaliana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Gia Abania devote themselves to our faith. You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi! Lady of Bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage!
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
It's up to us.
Yeah, get out of here. She's dead. Malban's like the only NPC in the entire game who knows when it's time to fucking kill people.
Gods damn it! The guards were already turned! Fools!
No, you don't!
The Kaliana would see us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvol to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
All right, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Whatever she she's about, she'd best make it quick.
They like literally killed the last guard and they just kill them all.
Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
Hurry up, kill. Kill. Just AoE them, dude. How do we fight her without leaving our allies wide open? We can't stay on the back foot forever. Oh, damn it, if I think like that, we've already lost. I have the Warrior of Light at my side. We can do this. Use the duty action Deflect to dissipate ether spheres Lakshmi releases during the battle. Be warned that allowing an ally to be enthralled by an ether sphere will result in failure. I think I failed this the first time. Come on, dude.
Why, I offer you peace and serenity.
Got any movie tips? Not really. I don't really watch movies, to be honest. Very loud. Except for when I watch with my cousins, but usually just in Marvel Crash. I would not recommend that.
I shall free you from your hate.
There are too many! We can't stop them! Of course we can. Yeah, we can do. No, I watch TV, but I just watch Star Trek. And like, it's Always Sunny over and over again.
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
Watch some Star Trek. No, Stargate sucks. Because literally every single Star Trek show is cancelled. There's no point watching any of them. Maybe SG-1
What of it?
at most.
Do you want to kill this thing or not?
Or did I say Star? I don't know if I said Star Trek instead of Stargate, but yeah. Why? Why do you deny my blitzing? Old Star Trek? I just recently watched the original show, and it's much worse than Next Generation. It's more like a modern show, which is bad. Because everyone is retarded in it. OG Cat is literally Kirk and Spock. pretty much it. It was okay, but after watching all 3 seasons, I was really sick of it. It was... Pitiful, misguided children. Lay down your weapons. Lay down your heads. I can't move. I have to mash the button. Can we do it? I did it. Trusting in my NPC friends there.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
No. Nice work for Dolan. Are you alright? Huff, this, gas, this is nothing. It's one thing after another. We have to fight as one. Just watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's the best TV show. Starting to weaken. Don't give up. Behold my divine brilliance. But in that, her power is out of control. I'll shield us, but we have to finish her off. And after this, we go and kill all of the Kalyan, because they are literally evil. Quickly! I can't hold her off forever! I can't DPS hard, okay? Oh, did I miss?
Here it comes!
But I'm turning more and more into a boomer when it comes to TV and stuff.
We did it! We beat her!
I can't watch new things. Like it's trash, all of it. It's just corporate formula bullshit. Every single show. I don't want to watch. Like if it's Netflix, if it's Amazon, if it's whatever they're called, like all of the streaming platforms, all of their own stuff, everything that's on them it's always dog shit. Like, oh, they released Witcher. Oh yeah, it's trash. Nice, good job, guys. Well, they released what? Wheel of Time. Oh, it's probably dog shit. Okay. Lord of the Rings, literally cancer.
I'm only gonna say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Yeah, that's an interesting error. Lord of the Rings has not started airing, but I don't need it to. It's absolute dog shit. Star Trek Discovery, also absolutely the worst thing ever made.
Seven hells. It's her, the Butcher.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
Well fought, Robin. Ironwald, that was a near thing. Aye, our stand against the Kalyana would have been a brief indeed had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... Yeah, it's my fault. My stupid mistake. Hey lass, we were all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson, and watch our own more carefully in the future. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of the Kalyana keeping their weapons springs to mind. A primal servant is betrayed by his aura. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any others acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Jushtol. We'd appreciate the help. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Fordola turned up. What was she even doing here? I asked her to come. Well, that explains it then. It's sad, but Ragnfried was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Fordola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She just wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fordola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Alamigo, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people let go of their old grievances and make peace with each other. And I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face if that's what it takes. It's a long and arduous path you have chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alfred. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started. I will see that you're not interrupted. Robin, you and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest. You've earned it.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens. The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people. It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave.
You're the worst. It's gonna take her a week to walk all that way.
Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Raubon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But, Your Grace...
Raubon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies.
Garlic is good.
So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Uldar.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Hey, you're fucking terrible, dude.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest. I must yield the floor to Raubon. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
You've had it for like 2 days.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
He only has one arm.
Yes, the bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Yes, they could.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor, and you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
And they have the disposition of a healthy-sized house cat as well.
Does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
Maybe we'll find out.
If, he says. Welcome home, Raubon.
Well, that was unexpected. Though you seem distinctly unsurprised. Either you are more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
I think it's about time I headed back to Rolger's Reach. What's next for all of you? Alistair will be eager to hear of recent events, so I shall join you, if you have no objections. I'd welcome the company. Robin, why don't you come along to the Reach as well, once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others? Upon completion of this quest, you will be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens by speaking to the royal Minerva weapon. Who gives a shit? What, coffee? I'm still way too full since I ate like 2 sandwiches and 2 cups of coffee. Brewed it myself. Proud of you, dude. I also brewed it myself. When I'm a dad, I'm gonna call my son dude all the time. Well, here we are again. Alphino has regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Yerstola when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others had said, we were lucky to have our echo-blessed champions nearby this time. Need to keep a closer eye on the Kalyan. Can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. You know, they're literally mind-controlled by a gigantic booby demon. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. But someone has to make an effort at reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summons. Giant booby demon? Yeah, me too. Me too, dude. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vira and M tribe first. Well, I plan to have resistance scouts keep track of the Kalyana's movement at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the resistance army, out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller independent groups, and when Conrad passed his command on to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Ralger's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the Resistance spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray. But that time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Rauban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects the ideal choice, assuming he accepts the post. Alamigo will have a... You too? Live outage reported problems map. 69% server connection. And now it turns the fucking game off. It's so annoying that it turns the game off. It's so stupid. Where is my thingy? Oh, where are you? Where is it? Yeah, it's still super annoying. Don't come to me crying when account gets hacked. Light seems fine. Did you use a different password for everything? Well, I don't want to do that. This works. Oh, in before they corrupted every single character. Yeah, I am trying later. Every 1 minute when it does it automatically for me. Yeah, the server is fucked. Alright. Fuck it. I'm just gonna put it on this. And I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go for a little walk. And we'll come back and see if it's fixed. So I'll see you in a bit. Enjoy the big BRB in the middle of the screen ruining everything. It's kinda... I'm gonna keep it there. Data center outages. It up yet? It's weird that you got an ad because you're subbed, so you shouldn't get ads, right? Or do you have to have like a higher tier for that? I mean, that's the entire point of it, right? $250Q? Cool, dude. See what how we manage. I have a really persistent nosebleed. Super annoying. Hate this shit. Once it starts, it's like impossible to get rid of. Because it keeps causing itself. We were really far through this one, but... well, here we are again. Alphino has regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Yerstola when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others had said, we were lucky to have our Echoblessed champions nearby this time, but we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Kalyan. Can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day, but someone has to make an effort at reconciliation, if these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to wait and see. To watch and see. Watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting in the safety of our allies in the Vira and M tribes first. I plan to have resistance scouts keep track of the Kalyanos movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the resistance army, out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller independent groups, and when Conrad passed his command on to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Ralger's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the Resistance's spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray, but that time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Rava as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the progress of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seeds which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms. And I hate this hat. I do give thanks to the Kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. But there their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets for new attire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants. These tango are delicious. Will you have one? Huh? More sweetbreads? I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. Ah, it is like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden I shall never know, but I am alive, and I must return to my master's side. Come, Yotsu, we shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Have you read the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Zeno was put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he has already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests, and boastfully loud of taking his head, regardless. Hey, Lord Zeno's lives? Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official, and above all, accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims. Rob, great timing. I was just about to send word to the Silence. I've got lots to tell you. The Council has officially recognized the Resistance as our standing army, and I expect you can guess who's been appointed commander. Suffice it to say, we're in good hands. We're in good hand, haha. Having the Bull of Alamigo at the helm's done wonders for morale. People were dancing in the streets when the announcement was made, and we have you and the Sultana to thank for it. If you two hadn't worked your magic, he'd never have contemplated following his heart. The Council has also decreed that we're to maintain a presence at Ralger's Reach. Lise will continue to lead our forces in the fringes, a job she's been doing tirelessly. A bit too tirelessly, some might say. We're constantly having to remind her to rest before she falls over. That's an exaggeration, and I always get up again. Anyway, we can hardly afford to lower our guard now. Not after our latest brush with Lakshmi. Speaking of which, we've been keeping a close eye on the Kalyan, and it seems like they've chosen a new leader. It's, Shanti's daughter. You know, the half-dead one. For whatever reason, the Kalyana thought she was the best candidate, which makes them leaderless, basically. As things stand, there's no prospect of engaging in talks, let alone coming to an understanding. But I won't let that stop me. I'll keep on reaching out to them until they finally see sense. Just like I've been reaching out to Fordora. She still won't meet my gaze, but she's given up on trying to ignore me. It may only be the odd grunt, but at least she's responding. I'll get through to her yet. Robin, there you are. There you are. Alphino, Alice, is everything alright? We received word from Tataru. Hancock has apparently acquired information of great interest and urgency. More than that, she didn't say, only that we should come to Kugane right away. I had a mind for the two of us to set forth together, but Alice determined to make it a party of 3. As I've told you more than a dozen times, brother, my wounds are quite healed, and I would benefit from some fresh air. Besides, you may well need an extra pair of hands. Worry not, sister, I have quite given up trying to convince you. Whether we be 2 or 3, we should depart as soon as possible. You will be joining us, I trust? I mean, I guess. Ah, I was about to say I'd come too, but I'll just have to settle for cheering you on from afar. Good luck with whatever it turns out to be. Thank you, Lise. Rest assured, should this business prove to be of even tangential concern to Alamigo, we shall inform you without delay. Let us be off then. Hancock and Tataru await us at the Ruby Bazaar offices. Raisins! Almost spilled them. Greetings, honored sir. May I show you in?
My friends, thank you for coming at such short notice.
We were told the matter was urgent. I take it Yugari and Soroban are also involved?
My presence here is but a happy coincidence. I am come on separate business, which can wait.
My apologies. Master Hancock, pray, tell our friends exactly what you told me.
Of course, of course. Some few days ago, a large detachment of soldiers was seen arriving at the Garlean embassy. This seemed to me most unusual, as no personages of note are due to visit for a matter of months. So, I made a few inquiries, whereupon I learned of a most curious rumor. Apparently, the soldiers were dispatched to Kugane to investigate recent sightings of a certain individual. The late acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma, Yotsuyu. I beg your pardon?
I too am loath to believe it. I saw the keep come down on top of her. We all did.
I would not presume to question your eyewitness accounts, nor am I one to take rumors at face value. The fact is, the Garleans have no knowledge of what took place at Doma Castle. They may well be chasing after a woman who merely resembles Yotsuyu. But a woman who resembles Yotsuyu in the company of a grizzled Rogadan samurai? I dare say that thickens the plot.
Gosetsu! He's alive!
While I've no conclusive proof, I thought that such a possibility warranted your attention.
Have you informed Lord Hien? Well, I think we'd all like to believe the old bear survived.
Indeed. While I dare not give myself wholly to hope, I will not deny that I have prayed for such a miracle ever since that fateful day.
I'm waiting for the...
But regardless of my personal feelings, if the Empire has seen fit to pursue these rumors so vigorously, we can scarce afford to ignore them.
The very, very subtle pop culture reference.
I am bound by duty to ascertain the truth of the matter. Will you join me in this quest?
I will find Gosetsu together.
Thank you. If Gosetsu yet lives, he will need our help if he is to avoid capture.
Gosetsu is a dear friend, and we cannot abandon him to the mercy of the Empire. Our course is clear. Hancock, is there aught else you can tell us? Alas not, but I have taken the liberty of employing one of the finest informants money can buy. You shall have the latest intelligence on the Garleans' movements, and more besides.
The informant awaits your pleasure back in the back streets of Sanyo Hanamachi. From its shining facade to its dark underbelly, you know Kugane as intimately as he. One of the finest informants money can buy. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Permit me to assist you in your quest, my friend. The sooner your business is concluded, the sooner we may speak of mine. Should your search take you away from Kugane, my boat is at your disposal. I shall see that she is ready to sail. I'll give Soroban a hand if he's providing us a ship. The least we can do is supply the provisions. We'll be at the pier if you need us. A welcome offer and an excellent plan. Without further ado then, let us seek out this informant in Sanyo Hanamachi. Get up there, you have to go from this Rakusa district. This should be the place. Now we wait and see who comes.
It has been a while, my friends. Yes, long while indeed. Ow!
Ah, I knew it. Yodo, any funny business and you know what will happen, I trust.
No funny business. Only loyal service and the finest quality information. Well, of course. Such quality does not come cheap.
No, but then Hancock already paid you. Honestly, you must think we were born yesterday. I've half a mind to call Lise.
No, Lise, I beg you. No boots. I will tell you everything I know, free of charge. The Empire searches for Yotsu, high and low, far and wide. Come to enlist my help, they did, promising rich rewards for decisive information. And have you decisive information? Were the two individuals cited here indeed Gosetsu and Yotsu? Alas, see them with my very own eyes. I did not. But the Imperials are confident. Yes, very confident indeed. Look at the size of their contingent. But here is something they do not know. A rumor which you will find most interesting, I think. They say an elderly Rogadin samurai appeared on Koganedori with a beauteous maiden, and sold his katana to a pawnbroker. It was no common katana either, but one of surpassing craftsmanship. Well, that is interesting, assuming it's true. Did you corroborate the rumor with the pawnbroker in question? No. Regrettably, I do not have a working relationship with the master of Shofuku Chichiten. Now, why would that be, I wonder? If I didn't know better, I'd think he'd lent you money. He will help you, I'm certain. While you speak with him, I will make contact with my Garlean connections and learn what I can of their progress. A glimpse of the blade is all I need to be sure, but is it wise to let the Namazu out of our sight? ... How was the walk? It was fine. It was normal. Do not glare at me so. I beg you. To divide our forces is simply more efficient. He's right. Given the urgency, we would do well to split up. And so I will go with our friend here. Nothing improves the efficiency like a little supervision. Yes, we will go together. And there will be no boots.
Let's be about it then. Good luck with the katanas. Shall we reconvene at the pier later on? Fragrant as the Ruby Bazaar offices are, I prefer the fresh air. I believe Alice has her task well in hand. Shall we seek out the pawnbroker? We learned the emote greeting. Sweet. Why? Why? Greeting. Hey! What? Oh. What? Why did I learn this in the second expansion? Hello. Hello. I didn't have this before. Hello. We only had this. I suppose. Everything in order? Let us proceed to Koganedori and find the master of Shofuku Shichiten. Where? There? Koganedori Markets. Huh? We might have had customers like those you described. So many people come through, it's difficult to remember. Perhaps you could jog my memory by making a purchase. Oh? Well, you can't blame a woman for trying. Haha. Welcome, good sir. Welcome. Will you be buying or... Ah, so you have heard tell of the Rugoden Samurai's katana. Small wonder. It is a fine example of its kind. One moment. There, I hope you have found our pawnbroker. Excellent work, Rob. And that is the katana? There can be no doubt. It is Gosetsu's blade. The craftsmanship is exquisite, is it not? And you will be pleased to know that the pledge has just expired. I should be glad to sell it to you, assuming you have the coin. This is no ordinary weapon, you understand, and it is priced accordingly. But if you are serious, I suggest you act quickly, as several noted collectors have already expressed an interest. The blade represents conclusive proof of Gosetsu's survival. I suppose this could be considered a necessary cost in securing his safe return. Yet it is not a decision I can make alone. Least of all when our nation has scarce begun to rebuild. I'll pay. I've got like $6 million, dude. Who gives a shit? Nay, my friend. Grateful though I am of the offer, I cannot ask this of you. It is enough to know that Gosetsu is alive and well. Yugiri, wait. The Scions will buy the katana. Pray, consider it a gift. Master Alphino, your kindness is touching, truly. Yet in matters of coin, would Mistress Tataru not expect to be consulted? Come now. Our friend would never have relinquished his blades, were the need not great. And we are not bound by honor. And are we not bound by honor to help a friend in need? I say we are, and I'm sure Tataru will wholeheartedly agree. It's settled then. You have made a wise choice, my friend. Such pieces are few and far between. Now, if you would be so good as to come this way, I shall prepare the necessary papers. If I may ask, sir, After he visited your establishment, do you perchance know where the old samurai went? He is our friend, and we would return his weapon to him. A friend of yours, you say? I see. Well then, I suppose there can be no harm in telling you. No sooner had I provided him with a requested sum, that his pretty young companion began clamoring for dango. I duly recommended those served at the Umineko tea house, and thither did they set off. Clamoring for dango? Can these truly be the same people? It makes no sense. Some manner of code, perhaps, but it avails us not to speculate. Let us go to this tea house and see if we can pick up their trail. This guy? The Wandering Minstrel? This is Yoshi P's self-insert into the game. This is what Yoshi P looks like according to himself. He's got like a big ass nose and it's really weird. Doing banana bread next weekend? I've never done that. I should. Yeah. I've had it before, but I've never made it. I was planning on making a cloudberry pie this weekend, but maybe tomorrow. We'll see. I didn't feel like it. But of course I remember. How could I forget a pair like that? The most beautiful girl you'll ever see, scoffing down dango as if her life depended on it, while the old samurai looked on. Not quite what he expected, I'll wager. Far be it from me to gossip about my customers, but he was planning to spirit her away across the Ruby Sea, out of reach of her family, no doubt. When the girl had finally had her fill, they set off in the direction of the Shiokase hostelry, presumably to find someone discreet with a boat. The Gosetsu makes for Dom, this woman who travels with him. The more I hear about her, the more I wonder if she can truly be Yotsuyu. American apple pie with a roof on top? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of weird egg. While doubt remains over the identity of Gosetsu's traveling companion, for now we can but follow the trail. Come, let us away to the pier and make ready to sail. With luck, NSA will already have joined Master Soroban and Mistress Tataru there. Excellent timing, my friends. Mistress Alice arrived mere moments ago. All went well at my end. Gyoto met with an Imperial officer and wheedled his way to some new information. It seems the troops who recently arrived in Kugane came directly from Garlemald. The Imperial space here had been kept in the dark. And that's not all. A contingent of the aforementioned troops are preparing for deployment to the Ruby Sea. If I didn't know better, I'd say they'd picked up Gosetsu's trail. Then your information matches ours. We are quite certain that Gosetsu seeks to cross the mainland. Yeah. I mean, I would prefer some kind of more soft bread pie. The one I was planning on making it's got like a vanilla cream base, and then there's pie crust under that, and you got berries on top. I'm sorry, did I hear that right? You used Scion funds to buy Gosetsu's katana at the asking price? Aye, well, we were in some haste and it seemed a worthwhile gesture. Speaking of which, here's the contract of sale. Pray see the man is paid. Paul's beard. You agreed to this? Give me strength. Ugh, well, it's not like the search can wait. You would best be on your way. But Alfredo, we need to talk. I want you to come straight to the offices as soon as you get back. Promise me. Oh, very well. I shall call upon you as soon as I return. First, let us go to the Ruby Prize. If Gosetsu has already set sail, the sentries there are sure to have seen it. Taru seemed rather vexed, did she not? Ever the melodramatist, I am sure our finances can stretch to a single sword. Remind me to explain the value of such gestures when next we see her. Ah, but I digress. We have work to do.
Right. I suggest we begin by learning what we can from the sentries. What's going on up there?
Travelers, are you? You may wish to postpone your plans. The Garleans have launched an attack on the Confederacy. We have no reason to believe they'll turn their attention here, but for your own safety, I suggest you return to Kugane.
The Garleans bear no love for the Confederacy, but with Doma lost to them, why would they attack? Unless
Yotsuyu is on that island.
Even if she isn't, our allies are under attack and they need our help.
We will help them, while you remain with Soroban. Arguing will only delay us. Is that clear?
Fine, but you haven't heard the last of this.
Soroban, we may need to make a swift exit. See that the boat is ready to sail at a moment's notice.
It shall be done.
What, and you're going to swim there, are you?
'Tis the quickest way, and you may rest assured I've been practicing.
Alright, dude. Splatter! I did it!
An opening.
No time to rest, Master Alpin. Our allies are sorely pressed. You too, come here. You just paralyzed me. You little jerk. Oh no. Here for the old man, yes? He's at the top. You'd best hurry.
Lady Yotsuyu, we're here to rescue you. Please, come with us.
Stay back, Tsuyu.
Are you all right?
Is he all right?
Gozetsu!
Yo.
Damn it, we took too long. Change of plan, eliminate hostiles! All forces, attack!
Focus on the enemy. Let's see the Lady Yotsuyu when they're dead. Come, let us even the odds. I am even the odds. Like, all dead already. Reinforcements! I need reinforcements! That they should still have majestic armor in reserve. Steel yourselves. We have no time for this. Oh, is this guy going berserk? Self-detonate. Dude, you'll die too. You can't do that. Damn it! Reinforcements! I need more reinforcements! You're dead. Two of them. We shall need a strategy. Robin, roll the armor this way. What? Where? Who? Into this thing? Have care. We know not what we face. The Magitek Hexabell. All of you! Those guys were just tanking it, point blank.
The art of my forebears.
More! Mist and shade, take form and go forth. What are you doing? Ninja techniques. There are too many. Draw them to me and I shall finish this. 30 seconds to start. Oh!
Focus. Release!
They didn't die, dude.
Gosetsu, thank the heavens.
Yugiri, my friends, the Kami were kind to guide your steps this way.
It's over. The Imperials are retreating. I suppose we have you to thank for that. But they would never have come here were it not for her. I had a bad feeling the moment your samurai friend arrived with that woman in tow.
Do not be afraid, Suyu. These people are my friends.
Friends.
Forgive me, but at the risk of souring the mood, I believe you owe us an explanation. You may start by telling us what happened at Doma Castle.
Of course. I'll not begrudge you that. As you know, we were trapped inside the keep when it collapsed. But even as the roof crumbled above us, so too did the floor below. We were swept out into the One River, where we would surely have drowned had a stout wooden door not chanced to float by, offering us a raft of sorts. Exhausted, we drifted out to sea, at the mercy of the tides, which saw fit to dispense us on a desert island.
She was with you the entire time?
Aye. 'Twas her kimono which saved her from Hien's blade, believe it or not. Some Garlean witchcraft in the weave. But it offered precious little protection against the fall. Though she survived, she awoke bereft of all her memories, and speaking like a child.
A trick, surely.
That was my first thought, aye. and I contemplated cutting her down and being done with it. Contemplated it long and hard. Yet the Kami saw fit to deliver us from certain death. 'Twas their will that we survive, both of us, together. And together we shall go before our master. He shall be the one to judge.
Judge what?
She's your prisoner, old man. Do with her as you will. Call her Tsuyu, or whatever else tickles your fancy.
'Twas a name given out of necessity whilst on the road. Nothing more.
As you say. But remember this. Our people suffered much at that woman's hands. When the time comes, I trust you won't let emotion blind you to what needs to be done.
You have my word.
Well, I must be going. I have an unholy mess to clean up. You should be on your way too, before the Imperials decide to take another tilt. Oh, and we'll overlook the tithe this once. You're welcome.
As Hansui says, we should move on. It would not do for Yotsuyu to be seen here. Now, if I know my sister, she will already be waiting with the boat at the nearby pier. Let's go and see if I'm right. Osetsu, thank the gods you're safe. It was all I could do to watch the battle from afar. And it was all I could do to restrain her. Can you blame me for worrying? Strong as Robin is, anything could happen in the chaos. No, I have too many hit points. But enough about me. We need to talk about her. Greetings? They tell me you've lost your memory, and that's fine. But I want you to know something. I won't be taking my eyes off you. Not for a moment. These people are strange. Are you sure they're your friends? I am. They may behave strangely, but I trust them with my life. You have naught to fear. All right, if you say so. Right. 'Tis past time we set sail. I, for one, would not keep Lord Hien waiting without due cause. Aye, and the longer we tarry, the more risk inviting trouble. Lest you forget, the Red Kojin bear no love for Yotsuyu either. I shall deliver you to familiar shores, near Isari, but out of villagers' sight. Here is where we part ways, my friend. I pray the remainder of your journey passes uneventfully. Robin, when you are not otherwise occupied, I would speak with you about my next business venture. It promises to be extremely lucrative, and I do not say so lightly. After the prodigious sum spent acquiring a certain sword, it would present a fine opportunity to refill the Scion's coffers and restore the smile to Mistress Tataru's face. Oh, come along. Tataru was overreacting. How much could a single katana possibly cost? Far more than you think, plainly. A blade like Gosetu's is worth a fortune, enough to buy a house and furnish it. Which you would know had you bothered to check the price. What? I had no idea. This business venture of Soroban's. You will give it fair hearing, I trust. He has been good to us after all. As for me, I think I shall look into drawing upon my personal funds. There's been a man in the same spot in Limsa every day all week. He's wearing a yellow pig suit and he's named Asmongold Fan. Okay. Yeah. That video you linked me, where they talked about mentors, they talk about those guys who are just like standing around doing literally nothing, literally all day, all week. That's what they do in game. Like they don't do anything. Just like running around and RPing and Limsa now and then. We're not even playing on Asmongold's. Well, maybe you are. I don't know which server Asmongold is on. Something says Cactu are here. Oh no, that's my server. You... Yugiri is eager to see Gosetu safely back to their master. We must meet with Lord Hien as soon as possible, though mayhap not at the Enclave. I will send word requesting that he receive us at the House of the Fierce, where there are fewer prying eyes. If all are in agreement, I shall scout ahead and see that the way is clear. Pray follow as swiftly as you are able, and join me on the outskirts of Namai. Inko. Is anyone doing that? Where's the party finder? There. No one's doing fates. Adventuring forays. They drop the pop cap? Probably not. It's just random. And people might have gone and done something else when they fucked up the servers. All is well? Good. The others are hiding nearby. Let us proceed. Quietly, if you please.
My lord Ian, I am returned.
Save your tears for the morrow. For we who yet walk the path should not think too much on the destination. When the hour arrives, we shall welcome what comes with open arms. And welcome it you did, even as the keep fell down around us. At that moment, in your smile, I spied a shred of hope. One which I have clung to ever since.
$250 is not huge, or 300 is not huge. What did you say? 250, yeah. This is like
full glad am I to see you alive
really
and well.
average. Because the thing is, the queue is also just they're just staggering how many people are getting logged in instantaneously at the same time. So it's not really as like there's a lot more to it than just, oh, there's like 5 million people on the server right now, that's why I can't get in.
We have played this scene before, have we not? Though this time our roles are reversed.
That they are. Meaning you know how I feel. Wholly at a loss for words. Welcome back, old friend. Now then, though we rejoice at your return, it seems you have brought with you certain complications. Rise, my friend. Tell me everything. The Empire is bold indeed to send a token force to engage the Confederacy.
As acting Viceroy, Yotsuyu would have been privy to Imperial secrets. The Garleans will not soon give up the chase.
Nay, it'll end with her capture, or her death.
Are you a friend, too?
She claims to have lost her memory, though I know not if she speaks true. I brought her here that you might decide her fate.
Lost her memory, you say? Regardless, the people have not forgotten. Her face yet haunts their dreams. She cannot roam free. We will hold her here for a time. Place her in Jufia's care, with the express instruction that she is not to be seen.
Yes, my lord. Come.
I don't want to.
You stupid bitch!
Take me away!
Come here.
It's all right, Soyu. I will come with you. Be a good girl and listen to Yugiri.
From a hound at his throat to a puppy at his heel. If this is an act, it is a remarkable performance.
Thank you for delivering Gosetsu back to us in one piece. We're lucky indeed to have friends who would journey to the other side of the world to help us, and repeatedly at that. All I can see is my character is like super short. All of a sudden, he's not sitting, his legs are just like super tiny. We have much and more to think upon, but as regards to the Empire, we can but watch and wait. Now then, seeing as you've come all this way, you must allow me to show you around the Enclave. I would not have you thinking we've been idle in your absence. Rebuilding effort proceeds apace, I'm pleased to say, and we are now ready to welcome home our countrymen, who were displaced by the war. Should they so desire it, there is a place here for those who fled to Eorzea. We should be delighted to accept your invitation, Lord Ian, and I have no doubt that your subjects at Revenant's Toll will be heartened to hear that their lord has not forgotten them. Hmm? Oh, it's nothing. I just thought that Gosetsu and Yugiri would be back by now. Forgive me, my lord, but Captain Yifuya is nowhere to be found. Oh? He was here when I arrived. For now, we have taken Yotsuyu to a private chamber and assigned another to watch over her, my lord. But I find it passing strange that the captain should leave his post with nary a word. That does seem most unusual. If you mean to look for the man, we should be happy to assist you. We should be glad of the help. While I search without, mayhap you could ask our soldiers here if they know anything. I will join you. With respect, my lord, you should remain here. Should the Empire move against us, you will be better able to coordinate our response. Ha! And here I was thinking I was in charge. But you have the right of it. Go on then, I will mind the house. You seek the captain? He passed by a little while ago. I wondered if I should tell someone, as it happens. He did not look well, you see. I asked if aught was the matter, and he told me the past had caught up with him. I doubt it was that. There are older men in our ranks. Captain Yifuya. He was headed for the northern entrance when I saw him last. I was going to invite him to train with us, but he did not hear me call out to him. If you need him, I dare say the sentry on duty will be able to tell you more indeed. I suggested as much to Mistress Alice when she came asking earlier. Is something amiss? Nice outfit, dude. Hi, The captain went outside some few bells ago, and looking quite unwell, I'm sorry to say. This I mentioned to Lord Gosetsu, who straightway struck out after him. I hope they will be alright. Gosetsu too? It seems everyone is bent on joining the search. That's all well and good, but someone has to stay behind. There's no telling what the Empire is plotting. You go on, Robin. Alphino and I shall hold the fort. Let's cook it a little bit more. I mean, I don't know. It's hard. I haven't tried that one myself. But it... Yeah, you just have to, like, know when it's done.
Ah! By the Kami! Your Lord Ian! Leave me! Leave me, I beg of you. Say nothing of this. I was never here.
There you are.
Lady Yugiri, Lord Gosetsu, forgive me my abrupt disappearance.
You have your reasons, I am sure. Will you not share them?
I was her master when she was yet a courtesan.
By the Kami.
She worked in my establishment. Her father was a regular client of mine. One day, quite without preamble, he offered to sell her to me. Yeah, she may be no maiden, he said, but she has some use left in her. He sold her short. When I first beheld her, I was struck by her beauty. And yet, behind her eyes there was an emptiness. It was as if she had given up on life. She seemed more a doll than a woman. It was no profession for her, but I knew she would be popular, and so it proved. Men flocked to drown themselves in that cold, bottomless gaze. The rest you know. She became an Imperial informant, and for her loyal service won the office of acting Viceroy.
While you came to serve the Liberation Front.
'Tis said that the atrocities Yotsuyu committed were driven by vengeance. If so, I bear part of the blame for creating the monster she became. Joining the front was meant to be my atonement. But the truth is, I am a coward, whose only thought was to escape her wrath, then as now.
I see. Then I shall recommend that you be assigned to a new post. I trust you have no objections, Yugiri?
None. It would not do to leave Yotsuyu in his care.
I am in your debt.
Who is it that you seek to protect, Gosetsu? Idle musings. Pray, pay me no mind.
Forgive me. Now is not the time for brooding. Come, let us rejoin the others. I thank you for your help in the search. Gosetsu has told me all that transpired. I would not presume to defend the life Yifuya led before he joined the front, nor will I condemn it. Frankly, it is not my place to judge. I would only say this. The Yifuya I know has ever been a man of courage. That he should feel driven to flee bespeaks the depths of his terror. Even now, Yotsuyu casts a shadow over the realm. But the question of what is to be done with her must wait. The Empire is on the move once more. While you were out searching for Yifuya, we received word from our shinobi allies. An Imperial airship has been sighted over Domon's soil. Our visitor's objective remains unclear. It may be another attempt to recover Yotsuyu, or a prelude to invasion. Either way, the craft reportedly advances at speed and appears bound for Castrum Fluminis. I mean to go there and ascertain their intent. If we ride out in force, it will only end one way, so we shall keep our numbers to a minimum. Yugiri, Robin, can I count on you? Yes, my lord. Alice and I would fain play our part as well. We will not stand idly by while a common foe threatens the lands of our friends and allies. We would be glad of the help. You're acquainted with Haku, I believe? Then I bid you seek him out and assist in maintaining order in the Enclave. When the people see an Imperial airship, they are liable to panic. I would have you reassure them, and should it come to it, aid in their evacuation. Very well. We shall depart at once. Do take care. I wonder if the purge concept would work in real life. I don't know what that means. Follow me, my lord. The Empire may well be after Yotsuyu. You are to remain here and guard her until my return. As you wish. Pray stay close to Robin and Yuli. Well, well. Guard duty and not a breath of protest. Now I have seen it all. Castrum Fluminis then. Let us find out what the Empire's game is. Castrum Fluminis over there. Purge is a movie series, about one day a year when every crime is legal, even murder. So for 12 hours the country purges itself. I don't know. You're a bubble boy. Oh, hello there. One more. Area is secure. Whatever our visitors' purpose, they plainly believe they can achieve it alone. The craft should come into view at any moment. Let us wait them inside the castrum.
A smoke signal? Thoughts, Yugiri?
In former times, such signals were used to announce the coming of an emissary of peace. In Doma, at least. But could that truly be their intent?
Who can say? Whatever they want, we cannot simply blast them out of the sky. Not when they were so gracious as to honor one of our cherished traditions. I would not have it said that we Domans want for propriety.
Then I shall go and reconnoiter.
Nay, that won't be necessary. We will meet them openly. I would welcome this student of Dorman history in person, whomsoever he or she may be.
As you wish, my lord. I shall arrange for a signal of our own to be fired in answer.
Well, that we should be received by the Lord of Doma himself.
I but afford an emissary of peace the courtesy he is due. Welcome to Doma, my lord.
Ah, where are my manners? I am Asahi Sus Brutus, Ambassador Plenipotentiary of Garlemald.
He is heir to the Naiuri clan, and Yotsu's stepbrother.
It seems I need not introduce myself, not in the presence of the famed Yugiri Mistwalker. Your skills as a shinobi are known far and wide, my lady. It is true. The former acting viceroy is my sister. Yet, bonds of kinship aside, we have precious little in common. As will soon become plain, I come not to sow strife, but to end it. I am of the Populares, a collective which represents the interests of the common man. Long have we labored to bring about reform to the Empire's provincial policy. Happily for us, our master acknowledges the need for change. Indeed, his Radiance, Emperor Varys Zos Galvus, personally sanctioned this mission, granting me the authority to speak with his voice. To negotiate peace with Doma.
Well then, we have much to discuss. Will you accompany me to my hall?
Gladly, my lord.
We shall escort our guests across the river to the Enclave. Yugiri, pray go on ahead to the Yuzuka Manor docks and see that the ferries are ready. Anything else here we need to kill? Där. Vaya tura. Thing that we're looking for, apparently. Lord Hien and I will accompany the Imperial delegation on the first ferry. When you are ready, speak with the boatman and join us on the other side. This omelette I made is good. Nice, dude. Oh, I kind of want an omelette as well. All are free to travel in and out of the enclave. You seek passage? Yes. Cat really likes it too. Nice. Maybe I'll make an omelette in a little bit. There you are, Robin. So first things first. What do you think of the Enclave? I must say I'm quite proud of my country, what my countrymen have accomplished in the short they have accomplished. Blah, blah, blah. We even have a Neath right now, courtesy of the Onishishu. Be sure and attune to it, would ya? Once it has the Warrior of Light's seal of approval, people might actually start using the thing. But on the matter at hand, the ambassador and his retinue were at my hall, taking their ease ahead of the negotiations. I want you there when the talking starts. It will serve to send a message to the Empire that Eorzea and Doma stands united. I'm not normally one for hollow posturing, but in this game of nations, such gestures carry weight. Oh, and should you feel uneasy about speaking for the Science, Alphino and Alice will also be there. You need only eat, drink, and look imposing. Say you'll come. I'll be there. I knew I could count on you. When you are ready, come and join me at my humble abode, the Kienko. The guardsmen will see you in. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Yes.
On behalf of my delegation, I offer you my humblest thanks. Never did I imagine that I would meet the gallant and noble Lord of Doma himself, nor be welcomed into his magnificent hall.
You'll forgive me if we forgo the pleasantries. You say you are come to negotiate peace. Unless I am mistaken, such negotiations are typically conducted between sovereign nations. I was not aware that the Emperor had recognized Doma's sovereignty.
His Radiance has yet to do so, that much is true. Know, however, that he has expressed willingness to cede Doma to her ancestral masters and treat with her as a friend. Since the days of Emperor Solus, the Empire has aggressively expanded its territory. While you may not agree with our founding father's policy of expansion, I believe there is room for discussion on the matter of his lifelong goal, to rid the world of icons.
No, I haven't. been on my wish list for a while though, but I don't really want to play.
Icons are a blight upon this star. They cannot be suffered to exist. This you know as well as we. In his wisdom, Emperor Varus wishes to explore the possibility of an alliance to combat this common threat. On the condition that Dorma renounces summoning and pledges to police the Korgians' practice of it, his radiance would extend the hand of friendship.
Dorma has never shown any appetite for summoning. And it should go without saying that we will address any threat to our people, icon or otherwise.
Oh, he's definitely trustworthy.
With regard to the Korjin, I must stress that they only resorted to summoning under extreme provocation. When the Ruby Sea was at peace and their sacred relics safe, they looked not to their kami for protection. Yet even now, there are certain parties who would destabilize the region with ill-conceived military forays. Unless they alter their course, we cannot hope to be rid of icons.
Quite. I can but apologize. In seeking to eliminate icons, the Empire creates them. 'Tis an irony among ironies, one with which the people of Eorzea are well acquainted, I am told.
Indeed, many summonings are the result of persecution, the weak being driven to call upon the divine for deliverance from the strong. So it was in Alamigo, the bitter fruit of Garlean oppression.
A tragic state of affairs. If we are to put an end to summoning once and for all, it shall not be through might, but harmony. Yet we continue to repeat our mistakes, oblivious to the lessons of history.
It's a very cheap game.
My comrades and I would change all that. We, Populares, have campaigned long and hard for a shift in Imperial policy. And at last, the Emperor has seen fit to lend us an ear.
Well, it's on sale now and then too. I'm sure you can find it cheaper.
Alas, there is a faction within Garlemald that would obstruct our every attempt at reform. A collection of pure-blooded Garleans who seek to consolidate their own supremacy. The Optimates. Lest you wonder, theirs was the hand that loosed our forces on the Confederacy. 'Twas a regrettable incident, one that flies in the face of everything we believe. And I swear to do all in my power to prevent a reoccurrence.
That would be most welcome. But if I may speak plain, if the Empire itself is not of one mind, how can we be certain that any peace we negotiate will be honored?
I cannot blame you for doubting us. Indeed, I should find it strange if you did not. And so, in the name of building trust, I would like to make a proposal. A prisoner exchange. Under Garlean rule, no few Dormans were conscripted into the Imperial army. We would repatriate them in return for those of ours you captured in the recent conflict. Naturally, any exchange would include the acting Viceroy.
Yotsuyu? What makes you think we have her?
Forgive me, my lord. Was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games. I desire only to work to our mutual benefit. The Optimates tried and failed to take my sister by force. I would succeed by peaceable means, thereby strengthening my party's hand. 'Twould be a lie to say I would not also be glad of my sister's safe return.
A fellow plain speaker. How refreshing. Very well. Your proposal has merit, but I will need time to consider it.
Of course, my lord. May we remain in Dorma until you have come to a decision?
You shall be our honored guests. Yugiri, I leave the ambassador and his retinue in your care. See that they are well looked after.
You have our gratitude, Lord Hien. We shall look forward to your answer.
No, I've just used D2A. Well, that was unexpected. You can say that again. I still don't know quite what to make of it all, but on the surface a prisoner exchange does seem a good way to begin. The question is, can they be trusted? They had naught to gain by divulging the details of their internal divisions. As it stands, we have no reason to doubt them. But the ambassador's mention of Yotsu left me ill at ease. Made his grand talk of peace seem uncannily like a lengthy preamble. You think this might all be a ruse to facilitate her retrieval? Perhaps, though I cannot fathom why they would go to such lengths. Yotsu may have been the acting viceroy, but she is not Garvey, nor even highborn. Her value must presumably lie in what she knows. Which brings us to the little matter of her memory loss. In her present condition, she would not yield any worthwhile intelligence. Nor is she worth much as a bargaining piece. Alphino, you are well acquainted with the Empire's methods. I would have your thought on this matter. My knowledge is at your disposal, Lord Hien. While the Ambassador's proposal is appealing in principle, it would be remiss for us not to give it due scrutiny. Indeed, though it seems to me I have little choice but to accept regardless. With so many of our brothers and sisters languishing in Imperial camps, I cannot well turn my back on a chance to secure their repatriation. Only the Kami know when I will be afforded another. Is it worth to buy pizza today? No. But ere we continue, shall we excuse these two? I fear what follows will bore them to tears. I was just about to show myself out as it happens. Come on, Robin. Let's leave Alphino to dispense his copious knowledge. Why not? I don't care. Someone is still sore from being made to watch at Sakasuki. Want to keep Alice company. We are safe enough for now. I gotta turn that helmet off. Time to do it. Right. A chance to relax at last. I know when I'm out of my depth, Robin. Though no weapons are drawn, a negotiation is no less a battle, and the stakes can be very high, can be every bit as high. One misplaced word and people could die. It takes someone with a cool head, and I'll be the first to admit that's not me. So we're left with the eternal question, what to do while they prattle on? Voice acting. Fuck! Alright, for want of a better suggestion, what say you to a brief tour of the newly liberated Doma? I'd be interested to hear how the people are faring in their own words. And it's not as if we'll be missed here. Or will we? Robin, a moment if you would. Ah, Yugiri and Asahi, was it? You have some business with Robin. Business? No. Pleasure, my lady. I merely wished to exchange a few words with the famed slayer of gods and champion of Eorzea. It is truly an honor. Such heartfelt admiration, one could almost forget that you're an envoy of the Empire. Oh, is that so strange? We may have stood on opposing sides in the past, but I see no contradiction in lauding the man who would do battle with our common enemy. And lest you forget, this is my homeland. It would be remiss of me not to at least thank him for containing the threat posed by the Kojin's vile icon. Now if I may continue, as we speak, Lord Hien deliberates over my proposal, and I would take this time to see the land I once called home. Though Lady Yugri is certain to be a jovial escort, the excursion would be all the more enjoyable for your company, and safer besides. The ambassador has the right of it. He is not like to come to harm with you at his side. Will you join us? It would be my pleasure. In that case, I will join you as well. There is naught else to do until Lord Hien has reached his decision, and I can think of no finer way to learn more about the current state of Doma. It's settled then. The four of us shall make a brief excursion through Yangshan. Might we start at the town of Monza? I would see what has become of Doma Castle. Very well, if you will follow me. Do what you want to. It is cheap either way. Speaks to some dude. Fastest way there, I think. Nay, can this truly be Monson, home to the cream of Doma's samurai? I had heard that Yolsiu intended to send some few of her automata here, but only by way of warning. It should not have come to this. Indeed, her savagery served only to incense the people and spur them to rise up in protest. It was folly to think such methods of governance could ever prove effective. The sooner we can begin to make amends for this senseless destruction, the better. Securing supplies and support for the reconstruction effort should not prove difficult, once our nations are formally at peace, of course. Yes, of course. If you would have a better view of what remains of the castle, we must proceed through the ruins. It is a travesty. A travesty. I remember the keep being so beautiful. In the light of the setting sun, one would swear it was aflame. It is indeed a doleful spectacle. Perhaps we will rebuild it one day. When we have finished helping our people to rebuild their lives. Spoken like a true popularis. The needs of the people must, of course, come first. Speaking of whom, would you be opposed to my seeing how they live firsthand. The village of Namai is but a short journey from here, if I'm not mistaken. By a river, yes. If you will follow me, I will ready our boat.
This guy over here. Come here.
Bam! Need to kill 2 more. Ready to cast off? Suppose so. Why are we going to a battle, though?
Get back! I'm warning you!
Someone's in trouble.
Someone's in trouble.
Are you all right?
Hi.
What do they want with you?
Yuki, and you lot too. I don't know. We were returning from the Enclave when they came at us.
It seems they won't go quietly.
And neither will we.
Come here, bitch. Give me the aggro. Give me the aggro. Give me the fucking aggro.
It is nothing.
I grow tired of these
Leave
games.
this to me.
Where are our reinforcements? Oh, don't hit the guy.
No quarter.
An opening.
The art of my forebears.
Hold your ground! I will try to draw away the reinforcements. Dude, I killed the captain. It's over.
That seems to be the last of them. You have nothing to fear, child. You are safe now.
Thank you, sir.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever passing by our village, look us up. You'll always be welcome.
Thank goodness we arrived when we did.
Indeed. But what could have prompted the Red Kojin to stray so far from the Ruby Sea?
I presume these are the sellswords hired by Yotsuyu. If so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Bereft of Imperial employment, they seek other means to line their coin purses. Another sad legacy of the Empire's mismanagement.
The Empire to which you have sworn allegiance.
Must you always be so pointed? If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances. You have every right to doubt me, but in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal. You and yours have fought fiercely to change the Empire from without, but if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong?
The Empire will never change.
Never? I wonder, would you have said the same of Ishgard? Believe what you will, but I assure you, the Empire can change.
Dear me, I had hoped to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under more peaceable circumstances. Yet this regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero of Eorzea in action, and few Imperial soldiers can say that. At least, few who lived to tell the tale. Well, after that little ordeal, I believe it may be time for us to return to the Enclave. Return, my lord, but what of Namai? You seem so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives. To be frank, I still am, but I rather doubt the good people of Namai would take kindly to the sight of a man in Imperial uniform with blood still dripping from his blade. Even in your company, my presence would only prove a distraction. Fret not, however. Thanks to the three of you, I have seen a great deal more than I otherwise would. And with any luck, Lord Hien will have finished considering my proposal by the time we return. Maybe. Now we can teleport back. Nice. Thank you again for agreeing to join me. If not for your aid, the Kojin may well have overwhelmed us. Pray go on ahead. Lord Hien is expecting you. I will remain without and keep watch over our guest. Well, we had best not keep him waiting. Okay. Welcome back, my friend. Yugiri tells me you accompanied her and Asahi on the tour to Yangsha. I had hoped you might take the opportunity to recover from your exertions at Sakasuki, but I gather your time was well spent. Until the ambassador affords Yugiri a chance to make a full report, however, I must rely on you to supply the details. So please, tell us how it all unfolded. Red Kojin? Here? Have there been any other such incidents since the liberation? Not that I am aware of. If they are patrolling some new venture here in Yangsha, then we will need to increase the patrols. In any event, I am indebted to you for fighting them off. But tell me, and don't be modest, was Asahi truly the first to leap to the youngster's aid? He was. I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save them seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes what he's saying. In the time I've known you have always been an excellent judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? ... He confounds you too, I see, and for that reason alone we would be fools to underestimate him. Regardless of his aim, I am resigned to playing his game, for now at least. Well, swearing summoning should be simple enough, considering you never quite dabbed in it in the first place, which just leaves the somewhat thornier question on how to police the Red Kojin. It was with that very question in mind that I sought Alphino's counsel. Thanks to his knowledge of the icons and the rituals used to invoke them, I believe we've identified a workable solution. As you will recall, Susanoo was summoned forth using the power of relics locked away in the Kojin's treasure vault on the Isle of Zeki. Those said relics remain there to this day. It's all but certain that the act of summoning exhausted their stores of ether, making subsequent summonings impossible. Assuming that is the case, preventing the primal's return rests on denying the Red Kojin the means to amass new stores of ether, either via the acquisition of crystals or the relics they are wont to collect. For this, I plan to enlist the aid of our friends, the Blue Kojin. Since Dono's liberation, we have forged closer bonds with Bunjin and his people, and with their support I am quite confident we can keep the Red from obtaining what they require. To call upon this Susanoo. And what of the prisoners? They will be exchanged as agreed, and I will give full credit for Asahi for the success of the transaction. If there is aught we can do to help the Popularis garner favor, I mean to see it done. But first I have some unfinished business to attend to. Would you all come with me? Yes, of course, but what manner of business? A past mistake I would see put right. One which was weighed heavy on my mind.
I had her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company. The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are, the living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
What did I do? I don't remember. Was it really so terrible? Tell me, please! What did I do?
You speak of sins, my lord. But at whose feet do those sins lie? With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so? With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
You ask that I show mercy.
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest. Why Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
You truly think it the will of the Kami? If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard. Come the hour of the exchange, if her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu. But if they do, the Guardians shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
Thank you, my lord.
Now then, I believe we have kept our guest waiting long enough. Did Gorsetsu not seem strange to you? His sympathy for Yotsuyu apart, I mean. I know his powers of endurance only too well, but after all he has suffered, even he should not be on his feet. He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade. Though I suppose if he and Yotsuyu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it. It falls to us to shape that future, one in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
Oh. No! With Yotsuyu safely in Gotsetsu's care, all that remains is to answer Asahi's proposal. I realize other matters demand your attention, but I would ask that you stay a while longer to see this business through.
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha. You have reached a decision then?
We are willing to cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life, not even her name. To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all. If her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
Dango? How dreadful. Very well. In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us. Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
Of course. Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango. She would be most pleased. Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
Forgive me, my lord, but has he not been gone over long? Perhaps I should... Calm yourself, Gosetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. I am sorry to have kept you all waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but never did I imagine it would be so joyless. A part of me hoped your stories of her condition were just that, but alas, it is as you say. Tsuyu, do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all? No. I am a stranger to her. That much was clear to me from a single look. I'll leave her in your care. As you wish. Now if you will excuse me, my superiors are long overdue a report. They will be elated to hear of our agreement. That I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I have obtained the relevant permissions, I will arrange for your people to be relieved of their various duties, and sent here to Yangsha. This will take time, of course. Of course, you may rest assured your soldiers will be well cared for until your return. We will also begin taking steps to better counter the threat of the Kojin and their icon. Before you take your leave, there is one other matter. I am informed it was you who took the lead in rescuing 2 young Domas from a band of Kojin sellswords. I have not yet had the time to thank you properly. Please, there is no need to thank me. I only did what anyone would do under the circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good company at the time. The blight of the Red Cauldron is of the Empire's making. Were it not for our transgressions, those children would not have needed saving. People of Doma have suffered enough, my lord, and I promise to do all in my power to spare them further pain, be it at the hands of the Kojin or indeed the Empire. I pray the Emperor will see things as you do. There may yet be hope for us all. Until we meet again. Osetsu. As before, I leave Yotsuyu to you. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Asahi to a proper farewell. The Ambassador's airship awaits at Castrum Voluminis. Let us be off.
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure? I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha.
Oh, what have you to say?
Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
We're nice.
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy.
Isn't that the captain?
What in the... Reinforcements? No, just one! Cut him down!
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This one is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the Enclave across the river.
Lord Cayenne.
The king of the former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
Is that what they say?
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Xenos Galvus, Legatus of the 12th, the crown-bloody prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Xenos. Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me.
Face? I'm just a cat, man. Gibbs.
Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire. My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance.
Rude, bro.
I will cherish this moment, lock it away within my heart, until the day we meet again.
And now require you say Doma every single time. How far do you want me to drag all those O's and A's? People still play Warframe? No, only Eric. I know a guy who played like well, that was a couple of years ago maybe, or a year ago or more. He had like 4,000 hours in Warframe, or 4,000 hours plus in Warframe. He was so mad because the game is like ruined. Because the development team are like massive mega SJWs. Like you literally can't use the chat anymore.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
Of all the memories to witness.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos. My lord.
Calm yourself, Yugiri. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren. But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope, we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
All I did was kill Xenos, dude. Except he committed suicide.
Freaking beard hair gets more robust every day. Yours or Ian's. It makes no sense. Why would he bother keeping up the pretense for so long, only to drop it right before the very end? Perhaps he no longer thought it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange. If he truly is a disciple of Xenos, his possible emotion simply got the better of him. Remaining calm around the man who slew his lord will have taken its toll. Whatever the explanation, now is not the time for hasty reprisals. We shall proceed as planned. The Red Kojin must be placed under surveillance, and the Garlean prisoners made ready for the exchange. But you need not concern yourself with the details. Leave the affairs of Doma to us. When the hour of the exchange draws near, we will call for you. I used to be able to shave in one direction once and be done with any old blade. Now I have to use the sharpest shit I can buy. You're growing stronger, dude. I should certainly hope so. Whatever the Empire's true intent, we would be on hand to play our part, either to defend Doma or to help usher in a lasting peace. Ugly bloke hasn't pooed since Friday. That's insane, dude. I had thought we might use the time to return to Eorzeal, but given the volatility of the situation, perhaps it would be best if we remained in Kugan. Agreed. Between Yotsu's amnesia and Asahi's dubious agenda, I'd say we have ample reason to remain in the neighborhood. If anything should happen, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Oh, I will. On that you have my word. Charting a path through this sea of troubles promises to be difficult enough. I'm not so proud as to attempt the feat alone. To Kugane then. Tataru and the others must know what transpired here. Lugane. I still just use the backside of the machine like once a month. That's it. My, it seems you're all in quite the predicament. Well, should we receive any urgent missives from Doma, rest assured you will be the first to know of it. Yes, of course. We're discussing ideas to replenish our coffers, but I suppose that can all wait if any urgent news should come through the office. About that. I wish to apologize, Tataru. It was reckless of me to make such a purchase without first consulting you. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse the scions, even if it means drawing upon my personal funds. That's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. If Soroban's business proposition is as promising as it sounds, Robin should have no difficulty wiping the red from our ledger. I've never done that. It's like something that you can unlock, but I don't know what it is. Forgive me, Robin. It would seem I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back. Though I fear I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value. Knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. Mayhap Ryle and his associates have heard something on the subject. Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. But if there is even the faintest chance that a lasting peace could be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to try? Lord Hien have the right of it. Asahi may very well be a monster, but we must play his game, for now. Arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord will be most pleased. Everything is going according to plan. According to Keikaku.
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes! We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift. I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
It It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital.
How are you feeling, my lord?
What? Now leave me.
But you cut your head off.
Ah, Robin, impeccable timing. We have just received a letter from Lord Hien. He writes that the Dolmans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Kojin to maintain a constant watch over the Red. It's too slow. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions to peace set down by the ambassador. For the Galleon's part, the Populares have sent word that a vessel bearing Dolman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yangsha. It would seem that a prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Hien requests your presence, and I share his view, that you should be on hand at this crucial juncture. According to the letter, Yotsu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Dolma. Assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think it would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Dolmans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straight ways for the Enclave then. Lord Hien will be waiting. I trust you will cope in our absence, Tata. Worry about me, I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. Now we go back to the Qiankong. This is just like the Waking Sands you go back like 400 times. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Yes. Ah, I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one other matter I had neglected to mention. It concerns Goset. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of it, he recently collapsed. What? Good gods! Is he alright? Confined to bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it high time he received some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yotsu has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. We will visit him at once. Robin, Alice, shall we?
Open wide now.
That feel with no wife to feed me.
Please to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... a gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
Banging? You two are banging?
My lady, I assure you, this is not.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink.
You're a stinky baby.
What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
All those bullet wounds are you. You shot him.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man. Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman! I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
I'd feel when no GF to bathe me in my bed while my friends are sitting there watching. They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I think him a doting grandsire and her a model grandchild. Indeed, no brain damage, GF, yes. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I am relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit. But what a turn of events. I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him. Couldn't make it up, although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man. With the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted decrepitude with some defiance, with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains, he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for liege and land, and we will ask no more. And what of his nurse? If Yotsuyu is feigning that, well, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. Yugiri, out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince. So, what makes you so sure? I have been spying on Yotsuyu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it is. But her mask has never slipped. Not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard, and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami. A child's game. Even the wariest shinobi would not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me, and everyone else, I would hazard. Aye, the matter is settled. Yotsuyu will become Tsuyu, and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time, to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she as good as fastened the chains around their necks. Aye, which is why I mean to conclude the business with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service. There is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Tsuyu. Like the entire evening left. That's what happens when you stream for 12 hours. Fucking stupid retard. Shall we wait here then? Lord Hien should not be long. My friends, have you seen Tsuyu? She is nowhere to be found. What? But the Garleans will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri is scouring the streets as we speak, but it's possible Tsuyu left the Enclave together. Oh, what? I misread something there. Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? Fair-skinned woman, my lord. I do not rightly know. I think... Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I did not recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help onto the boat. White as new fallen snow it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No. No, I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. It would seem that Tsuyu has crossed the river. Kami, help me. No good can come of this. It seems Tsuyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami helps us if someone catches a clear view of her face. I must find her before that happens. The responsibility for her disappearance, for all of this, lies with me, but I would ask for your aid nonetheless. We are at your service, Lord Hien. Now as before, let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. We have no way of knowing where Tsuyu is headed, so we had best divide our forces. I will take Kusakari and its surroundings. Alphino, if you would take the road to Castrum Fluminis. Babin, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yusuka Manor? One of the Namazu may well have seen our quarrel. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope the Kami smile upon our efforts. Not the Namazu. I hate this place so much. Oh. Sightseeing log. Honestly, that... Where is Lookout? There. Finding those gives me old Crackdown 1 feels. Love a good orb. I don't know what Crackdown 1 is, but I've seen the Pondering My Orb meme. Nothing wrong with a nice orb. Welcome to Yusuka Manor. Yes, yes. If there's anything...
Welcome to Yusuka Manor, yes, yes. If there's anything you care to know, you need only... Huh? A pale-skinned woman? I have seen no such traveler. I'm sorry to say, most sorry. Scaly-skinned Namasu, on the other hand, we have in abundance. Unusual pale skin. Yes, yes. I saw this woman on the way back from my fishing trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here and was headed in a northeasterly direction for the most part. Her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might still catch her.
We're like a super soldier fighting gangs. Alright. Could climb buildings. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played this. Or even seen. See no signs of Yotsuyu to the north. Perhaps she is somewhere farther off to the northeast. Serpents. 15 seals. Ooh. Ifrit Extreme. I don't really remember. I don't think he really has any specific strats. Except for, as I said, having a paladin who is not main tanking, who is literally just smashing him in the face with shield bash when he does a specific move. You don't really need to do it, but otherwise he like plants an explosion underneath your backline, or your casters. And you shield bash it, then they don't have to bother for the most part. Does interject work too? I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I don't think interrupt was a mechanic when I did it back then. It's kind of new, to be honest. But I think it's done. But you'll see if someone mentions it. Like, they might put you on stun duty, or they might just go with that. You might not need it anymore. I think it's eruption or something like that. It's a pretty short cast time though. Yeah, eruption. Good idea. And remember, they're all there because you forced them to do fucking Ifrit instead of doing a quick trial. Yotsu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground a short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking wide-brimmed hat. Armor looks sick. Oh, that's nice. Hat. Cursory glance is all that is required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yotsu was wearing when you found her in Sakazuki. It's got that green glow kind of thing. Kind of weird that it's got a green glow in the bowl of embers when there's just a bunch of red everywhere. I don't really know what's going on with that. Robin, before you ask, our search of Kusakari and its surroundings has yielded exactly naught, save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alice has gone to assist her brother at the Castro. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Hien here shortly thereafter. How did you fare at Yuzuka Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? Towards Namai? By the kami, if the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. We must hurry. Yugiri and I will check the paddies. The village square is yours.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
What did I do?
As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival.
Yes, me
Not
lord.
even the new I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsugu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies! My lord, she would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
Anker Mongol.
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Mongol?
You're sorry.
Anker Mongol.
And what? We're supposed to forgive you.
It's a pretty basic Dutch swear word.
There's no need to cry.
It means cancer mongoloid.
Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu, and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will,
Martin has not
however,
taught me
see that
anything.
she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands, and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
That would have been better avoided, but at least it did not end in bloodshed. And judging by Tsuyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Gosetsu, which brought her to Namai. She came in search of a person. Ha! And they say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gosetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we have certainly taken the long way around, but let us continue on to Castrum Fluminis and our meeting with the ambassador. Alphino and Alice should still be there, conducting their search. This is the final patch. Before the Shadowbringers introduction patches start. It seems our Imperial guests have already arrived. It is time to meet with the ambassador. Keeps nuking the tank. He uses eruption on the off tank. So the off tank should not be standing like next to the normal tank. If anything, like off to the side or something.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Ah, Yatsuyu. You look well.
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
Very sweet.
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient. You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma. Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
We continue with the exchange as planned, then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
I knew better than to trust Asahi, but that was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Tsuyu's future to rest. I have sent her back to the Enclave with Yugiri to give Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. You have that look, Alphino. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence, most like. We can discuss it upon our return. We should pay a visit to Gosetsu and reassure him about Tsuyu's fate. He will want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
I'm still waiting for you to do Ultima Weapon Extreme. Or at least hard. I think hard mode should be a thing.
Come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping.
Yes.
She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me.
If they're not gone, you wipe. That's it.
She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses.
It's not uncommon to use a caster limit break. There. I don't know if you... I think you should probably have level 3 there. Maybe level 2 at that point. But it's not uncommon to use that to AoE down a large section of them.
It was plain their presence caused her great distress.
I think
she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I like this Asahi less and less.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord! Forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone!
Again?
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties. Might I call upon your assistance?
Still don't get the story? Well, that's on you then.
Help! Help!
Okay, fatty, fat ass. Fatty Martin Fat. weighs 1,890 pounds.
Help! Help me!
If only I hadn't remembered. He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu. A font of misery.
Jotsu, you stupid bitch.
You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure. We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament. You've kept your looks, at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be. Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu!
What?
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Brother dearest, what a surprise. You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
Please. Don't.
Yep, he does that.
Die.
He likes teleporting around. And then you have to not get ran over by the Ifrit truck.
Any sign of her? What happened here? I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
We have recovered the Neuris. We have recovered the Nauris remains, and will hold the cremation anon. Would that they had never again set foot in Dawn. I broke the news to Gossetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. So, my friends, that which we feared has come to pass. Yotsuyu has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. It is by any measure a cruel twist, not least for Gossetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yotsuyu into Garlean hands. Should her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. By that reckoning, all is, if not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. But what I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asahi went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration for Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted, and that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I would have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. A wise precaution. If the main structure of Castrum Fluminis is to be the stage for the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. Thorough inspection. The citadel has stood empty ever since the Imperial withdrawal. While we took steps to ensure that it could not be defended by an occupying force, it is entirely possible that the ambassador has arranged things there to his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. Pray allow me to join you. I have some experience in Imperial facilities, and should matters turn for the worse, I would hope to be at least of some use. Very good. That should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the castrum. Beyond that, however, we will need a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it would take several trips to evacuate everyone. A Confederate Sekibun, on the other hand, would require only a single run and leave us far less vulnerable on the water. Assuming, of course, Rasho can be convinced to part with one. Might I take the lead on this? I have had dealings with Rasho and his pirates before, and I won't be alone. Will I, Robin? I suppose not. Well, that was enthusiastic. Were you hoping to join Yugiri and Alphino on their skulking mission by any chance? I am certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think I will accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consorting with common brigands. Come now, Yugiri. They stood with us against the Empire. If we should ask their aid once more, we must treat with them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord. Pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alphino and I shall be about our task. And we should be on our way to Onokoro. Time is short, and Rasho may take some convincing. Now there is a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble lord of Doma into the company of bilge rats such as we? If you've come to offer Doman chains in place of Garlean ones, then I'm afraid you've wasted a trip. And what fine subjects you would make. With your fleet at our disposal, our restoration efforts would be hastened tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more. Mayhap you are confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aided you only to save ourselves. Now we have no such incentive. We have sworn no oath to you and will not come running like hounds at their master's whisper. And I would not presume to treat you thus. I come to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all this? Profit? Must you always think in such short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Have you ever heard of pirates, little miss? You'll find we're simple souls. You pay our tithe, you sail in peace. Deny us our due, and we take it by force. We'll pull you out of the water if we see you're drowning, but we're not in the business of doing something for nothing. Calm yourself, Mistress Alice. We did not come here to moralize. We came here to talk, and there is more to be said. According to records recovered after the liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren were among those conscripted into the Imperial Army, and as you may be aware, we recently negotiated the return of said conscripts. Many, alas, will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I would ask that you offer them a place in the Confederacy. You would not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. And has not the Confederacy been in need of new recruits? You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Hien. The losses we suffered at the Garlean's hand are no secret. But But since we drove them out of Dome, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels to tax, so few pirates to tax them. We could do with some more hands on deck, and doubly so if they're familiar with the inner workings of the Empire. Very well, the Confederacy agrees to your request. You will have your ship. But before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during your battle with the Empire. Though we have mended her, she has yet to be declared seaworthy. She is sound enough down below. When you load her up with conscripts, the waterline rises. Those upper planks had best be free of cracks. Assuming you want your people to stay dry, you will do me the favor of swimming around the hull to check for weaknesses. The Doman Lords are not averse to getting their robes wet. Just a big tank swap battle? Oh, you need to swap tanks as well? Yeah, it happens. Not this, Doman Lord. If we each inspect a third of the ship, it shall be done in thrice. That is the spirit. The ship is moored at Quickscape Pier. Our apprentice shipwright will be on deck to hear your report. Look for a lad named Ihanashi. And I thought I had a knack for parleying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was an unmitigated success, and yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. It's so funny, Alice. Shut up. You get like 45 vulnerable stacks? Yeah. Well. I thought the rumors exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. In the Rising Stones, outside the Rising Stones, inside the little tavern, before you go in, there's a guy that gives you Ultima Extreme. I think that's the guy. He's the Wandering Minstrel. That's your next challenge. That's the next trial roulette you're going to ruin for 7 people. Inspect the hull. Ow! You see no signs of damage here. Very cool. Upon closer inspection, you spot a small crack in one of the planks. Hi, I'm the shipwright, apprentice shipwright. Did you find anything that might need attention? The section I inspected seemed solid enough. On the port side near the bow, you say? Alright, I'll have a look and see what I can do. My apologies, I seem to have lagged behind. I could float in that gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I'm happy to report no visible cracking or holes in my section of the hull. You're Lord Hien. The captain sent you to inspect the hull. Kami have mercy. Forgive us this discourtesy, my lord. Ah, 'tis quite all right. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I take it you are of Doma. Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacy became my family. But someone told me they're releasing the conscripts now. Maybe my father will be among them. Not that I can go back. There's no leaving once you've joined. How fares Our Lady? Is she seaworthy? Captain, we've found a small crack in the port side, but I'll have it fixed before you know it. I see you have met the boy. Did he tell you his story? He babbles when he is nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts as he hopes, I mean to give him the choice to leave this life, if he so chooses. I expect you to see they are provided for. I have heard that those who join the Confederacy forswear all ties with kin and homeland. Is that oath so easily put aside? If I allow it, I see in him the lad I was 25 years ago. You say the words, you mean them, but the yearning for home still lingers. My family is long dead, and I know this life is my lot, but he has scarce dipped his toes with us. If there is a life for him in Doma, he should have the chance to live it. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more. Be it in Yangsha or out on the Ruby Sea, we have a duty to ensure that Ihanashi and others like him are free. Ihanashi and others like him are free to dwell where they desire. The matter is settled. I will make the preparations to cast off. Oh, my tummy. Well, my friends, it seems we have our ship. Let us return to the Enclave. Imagine losing like 20 kilos. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Yes. It seems Yugiri and Alphino completed their task before us. They have been waiting. We scouted the structure and determined the swiftest path to safety. In the event of hostilities, we will lead the conscripts outside with all possible haste. From there, the Confederacy has pledged a ship to ferry us across the One River. Now we have but to attend the exchange and pray to the Kami these precautions were unnecessary. Trying to imagine not ordering at the moment? Just don't do it. Just go and make some food. You buy a big bottle of cream, and then you buy some smashed tomatoes, also canned, and then you pour them together in a bowl, and then you fry like literally anything, and then you put it together, and then you have food for like a month. No, not a month, but like a week. Tacos tonight? Good stuff, as long as it's not ordered. While we were putting our contingency plans in place, I left Hakuro in charge of organizing transport for the Imperial prisoners. He will see they arrive at the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with our Confederate allies. Come, they await us at the riverbank, not far from the Castro. Ground beef is in the fridge and the last of my leftover salad tomatoes are ready. One thing of cucumbers, salad and tomatoes yields 3 days of salad and 1 taco night. Yeah. People were questioning why I put rice or have rice in my tacos. It's because I am poor as fuck, and putting the ground beef into the rice means that I can pretend that it's like 3 times as much tacos. Breadcrumbs and onion. Use the fucking chocobo. I mean, I put onions into tacos anyway, but I usually put them in more raw. Honored hero, you seek passage across the One River? Otherwise, I pretty much always put onions in ground beef. I mean, onions are good. Why wouldn't you want onions in your ground beef? Breadcrumbs, though. I don't know about that one. Sounds like a lot of work. I'd rather just use rice. Rice is probably cheaper too, to be honest. Rice is very cheap. Same job, yeah, pretty much. Also, it gives you a nice little boost to your arsenic levels. Your party is assembled then. I am ready for what lies ahead, I trust. Lest there be any confusion, though, the tower across the water is to be the scene of the exchange. That and whatever else Asahi has planned. But regardless of the ambassador's intentions, we will bring our people home. Yugiri, you are to evacuate the conscripts at the first sign of trouble. Yes, my lord. We, meanwhile, shall cover their escape and lend what support we can. Your ship awaits you at the Castrum's loading docks. She will see you safely home. Then all stand ready to play their part. Come, let us be about it.
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are. Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion. Welcome though it is.
Duma!
But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Nairi, widow of Sashihai, and acting Viceroy of Dorma!
You and your people are mine to govern. Mine to punish!
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself. I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken. This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
What has she done?
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
Hey, come back here.
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
But Ambassador!
Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
Ow!
As you command.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run?
Leave this to me. I am going to kill this bitch.
Ah, against such a foe, I would be more hindrance than help. The field is yours. We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for.
Hey, Robin.
Every soul.
How's it going? You're just in time
My lord.
for the excitement of me waiting in queue for literally 30 minutes for this fight.
I knew you would
I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours.
No, it's
But
Kibbs.
I am become
It's not cat people, it's Kibbs.
goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty? I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail.
No, I didn't.
Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Dorman. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Happy happenstance. I made this character like a year ago. More. Okay, here it comes. Cast from Fluminis. Now we have to wait for that. Now I can like stretch my stomach or something because my tummy hurts. Oh. Just chilling up there. Oh. No upskirts, apparently. Can't do it. But yeah, this is exactly like when we were doing Shinryu earlier. The queue is always forever, because this is only for trials. If we're lucky, people are just smashing trials like that right now. We get a quick queue. It can take up to 15 minutes or more. Yeah, but this game isn't Chinese, so 0.1 for this game. Point minus 10 million for Genshin. Not that bad. Because there are daily, they call it roulettes. You have a leveling roulette, you have a level 50/60/70 dungeon roulette, which are like previous endgame dungeons. There's a trial roulette, there's a raid roulette, 24-man raid roulette. And when you do those, you get downscaled to like the other dungeons in the game. And you get like rewards for doing those low level things. So you can just randomly get anything in the game. And that's so that all the content is still doable. Without having to wait for people who specifically wants to do this content. Because otherwise I would have to stand here and wait for like 3 hours until like sufficient amount of people wanted to do this story section. And with them it would make no sense. I just have to wait for enough people to queue up for the daily thing. I don't remember this fight. I don't think it matters much though. It's gonna be easy. I don't know anything about New World. I didn't even watch Kid stream it. I haven't even bothered looking at that game. I looked at when Queen69 streamed it for a little bit, but like literally just like 2 hours or something. And it just seemed like pointless. Doesn't offer anything new, doesn't offer anything better. It's just new. Plus it seems to be like a total disaster. Yeah. Yeah. Man, I wish... I kind of want to buy a new webcam again. It's so annoying. It doesn't even remember its settings. I bought the cheapest Logitech webcam I could find. Surprise to no one, it sucks dick. To reprogram it. Technically, you probably could, but I don't feel like delving into driver program. Seven minutes? 7 minutes waiting. I think I might just finish this patch and then call it quits for tonight. But there are still like 2 more quests after this as well. How come MMOs are fine, but other MP games are haram? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're saying, as usual. Oh, because it was probably a shit game. I don't know. Or some random gay PvP game. This is a single player game. Final Fantasy is a video game. Yeah, whatever, Martin, I don't care. I'm looking for a picture. Good. Yeah, it's the Magitech setting. Varying degrees, since every game is standalone. They do whatever they want. Come on. 12 minutes. We have 2 tanks. At the very least. Light Blight's cat again. You remind me of someone who is still in school. Wonder if I could make like one tortilla. Ow. Caffeine or nap? I don't know. Caffeine. Take a walk. It's like normal volume. Maybe it's a bit louder than usual. I'm not gonna mess with any settings for this. Why would I play multiplayer games? Having to do multiplayer content in this game is annoying enough. Imagine playing League of Legends. The monkey. I don't want to play Daisy. Zombie games are lame. Literally the worst genre out of anything is zombies. We're gonna play this game for like 40 months. And then we're gonna play Monster Hunter Rise when it comes out. Zombies is not a genre? It absolutely is a genre. Because they're all the same every single time there's a zombie in them. It's the same game. It's the same movie. Zombie is a genre. It's like Japanese role-playing games, not a genre either. But they're all the same. All JRPGs are the same game. Just like Zombie is the same game every single time. Skyrim is absolutely a genre. Hmm, 20 minutes. This is longer than the last one. Very cool. See, it's unfortunate because when you get to these higher level ones, there are less people across all the servers who are like trying to do it. So you have less of a chance of getting it. Because even when there's the trial roulette thing, will still not get prioritized as high as something that multiple people are trying to specifically do.
low level stuff, you get dungeons and whatever like instantly. The higher up you get, the slower it becomes. Until you get to level 80, then everything is like instant. I have played PvP games more than all of you combined, which is why I'm absolutely sick of it. There's just so much effort to put into it for it to even be fun. And then balance just fucks you in the ass. Not true? I assure you it's true. No. No way. Because I have also played MOBAs. And RTS. And FPS. Like in this game, you have to play with other people sometimes, but it's just randoms in a co-op setting to like beat a boss that isn't really that hard anyway. Compared to playing like MOBAs with random people, where it's a PvP setting, everyone just wants to fucking kill each other all the time. Everyone's retarded. Like... "25 minutes. Time elapsed. Very, very cool." Then he gets replaced instantly, it doesn't matter. Not really. When you're doing the extremes, sure. Then everyone just leaves because they're sick of this shit. Oh shit. Alright, I don't know the strats. I'm gonna main tank it. Finally. Hello, friends. Heart? Oh no. Who is this primal? Oh my god, I'm not gonna explain things that literally just happened to me.
Oh, it's going to be a long night.
Thank you. Ouch! That hurt. Let's share the torment, shall we?
Your end is near.
Oh, okay. Someone died? Okay. That's something. Enough of that. I wouldn't want the pain to grow from me.
Your death will be all the sweeter.
Oh, what's she doing now? Why does it fade away? I understand. It feeds on my spite, on my suffering. Come forth, shades of the dead. Curse my name, strike my body. Fill my soul with the blackest malice. Worthless excuse for a daughter. Nothing but trouble. I don't have time to read this shit. Yes, my dearest parents, I was the bane of your existence, unto its very end. You're supposed to like pull them apart or something? Are they gonna explode on me when they die? I'm very scared. I don't know what's gonna happen. Isn't the cold-blooded little worm always crawling through my rotten heart? Your pitiful fortunes can bring you no low. I've come to deliver judgment for my failure. Cut me down then. Surely it is a simple task. And Bosetsu is here. Okay. Why? You have no place here. Kill this guy. You must survive, Tsuyu. The kami spared us and we cannot repay that fool in death. There's too much talking here. Perhaps, but it is too late for me. There can be no redemption. A night bloom shall flower here on the site of my demise.
In darkness blooms the spider lily.
From mortal height, I rise anew. Suffused with night, I shall prevail.
Okay, so here it's gonna be something like you have to move back and forth. Probably don't wanna.
Beg them.
Not bad. Yeah, you have to move between. Now I have 2 moon stacks. 3 moon stacks.
Shine petals pale.
I'm gonna become invulnerable.
Beg them.
Which one was first? Oh, not bad.
No. Not yet. Not yet. I'll grind you under my heel.
There's like a stacking thing that just put on the Molotov. Why is this guy insisting on standing in front of the boss? God damn it.
I'll grind you under my heel.
Here you need to see which one lands first, which one lands last. Stand somewhere. Paper-ish. Help them heal since people are dying. And that random machinist gets my commendation. Congratulations, my dude. Gonna stab her. Out in the womb. Poop.
You really must learn to finish the job. 'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down. such hostility? These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
Ha! You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
Oh, but I'm forgetting. They're already ash. This Doorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point. It should have been mine. The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Doma. I would have repaid his faith.
No one alive loves him more than I!
Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth!
I hate this guy.
Whore!
Yeah, I know. He's just kids, dude.
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance. These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives. Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill. Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you.
Blech.
What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
Same character. Ah, damn it. They didn't give us a ... Osetsu will mourn you, sure.
He will mourn too, perhaps. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
Lord Xenos.
Oh no, sad backstory.
Lord Xenos.
Got his jacket.
I am at your disposal.
Asai, you were born of Doma, yes?
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary, and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma, and announce your intention to sue for peace.
I don't know, we'll see.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting Viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable, but as a child raised to believe in the Kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so. The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord. My master, Lord Xenos. He
Good night,
will
this.
come
You have prevailed, I see.
She is gone. Wherefore did the Kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
Maxima, is it not? I assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now, but our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here, but it seemed to me there was more to the tale.
Xenos was behind this plot.
I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
How can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an impostor has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court? The idea is inconceivable, absurd. But worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second-in-command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pilus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
What? The capital?
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
He has bad eyesight, bro.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk his life on countless occasions. Next to him, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield.
You fucking suck, dude.
But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
I believe in you, Alphino. Okay, sure, whatever. I want to say ... Give me my ...
'Tis not for me to stop you, but I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
They just wanted to add a little bit of flavor. It's fun.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
But there are so few choices that it's not really even really worth it to have it there, in my opinion. It's just like a half-assed little thing. I don't really care about it, one way or another. As long as I get to pick ... I'm okay. I knew Asahi was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning? Thank the Kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yotsuyu's vengeance had you not intervened. He was a pawn, aye, but she still had a choice, and she chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. 'Tis little wonder Gosetsu departed in silence. I gather he left the same way he did, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Sekibune before the battle began in earnest, but the vessel yet waits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us and make for the Enclave together. It would be a shame to miss the joyous reunion.
Daddy! I'm a pirate now!
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
If I learn bow after this, I'm gonna scream. This should be an emote.
Ah, there you are.
Bald.
Gosetsu, your hair.
My friend, what have you done?
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
All of them?
Safe travels, Gosetsu.
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I know, there's not enough
I
Dr.
have
Dots.
faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before. And with that, I take my leave.
Soon we're gonna get new Scion Adventurer traveling gear, or Scion traveling gear, that we're gonna have to equip. And it is ridiculously ugly. Ah, Gosetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. A bittersweet occasion, but there is yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray, join us in the Kienka. I would thank you properly. Our brothers and sisters are returned to us, and the dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It is a day that will live long in memory, and one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you, I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos lives is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest. Yet there is little to be done but wait for Alphino to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gosetsu, by building a nation in which none need live in fear. Nah, I confess I miss him already, but the thought that he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well,
they were never far from his thoughts, and in Yotsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant but a little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gosetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu could never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that, with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Would that the kami had been so minded. Even now I labor to discern any meaning in Yotsuyu's fate. To deliver her from certain death, with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother. Can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment, the girl known as Tsuyu lived among us. That she brought with her a little whisper of respite for a grieving heart. I think it's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here. We have a lot to report. But before we head back to the Rising Stones, let's call in at Ralgur's Reach. We should be the ones to tell Lise about Xenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that. And to travel across the entire world again. Thankfully there are teleports. I think the servers are lagging. I'm feeling some lag. I'm feeling some lag. Perhaps a little bit. Which means we're gonna get disconnected in the middle of these final cutscenes like 40 times. Ah. Call it now? No. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. It's just a shitload of cutscenes. I didn't. Thanks for dropping by, Robert. Robin, Alice, you're back. Huh? No Alphino. It's good to see you, Lise. As for my headstrong brother, he's off on what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. It's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? But that's... If this is a joke... Gods, this had better be a joke. Look, I know what I saw, alright? We all saw it. And here you're saying he's alive and well and living the high life back in Garlemald. I know how ludicrous it sounds. I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. But while I might doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Robbins. He saw the Crown Prince through the Echo, in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past. Xenos is alive. No, it must have been, I don't know, some kind of really convincing imposter. Xenos is dead. He had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. Ah, and someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? Those gilded halls. Whatever are you talking about? Tancred! What brings you to the Reach? Alphinote had me lending a hand at the Saltery, keeping an eye on the rebuilding work and so on. Just until operations were up and running. And now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before wending my weary way back to headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so,
Might I suggest a quick look inside his coffin, as our first order of business? Yeah, as much as I hated the man, it doesn't feel right defiling his grave. But if it will put this rumor to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, if we can manage it. Xenos is buried up at Blood's house, in the locks. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked, so as not to upset the locals. Then it shouldn't be too hard to find. Naga, you're in charge until I get back. Exciting bird flying. Pretty interesting grave. You call that unmarked? He's got like a bunch of... got like an entire epitaph on his fucking headstone. This is it. Gods, he'd better be in there. Someone scrawled all over the stone a while ago, but I had it scrubbed off, and thought no more about it. So no one would have thought to check if the coffin was still occupied. Well then, we are presented with but one course of action, and we had best be sure we are not observed in doing so. Shall we begin?
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
Well, it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't walking around.
If there is no corpse, then are we to conclude the rumors are true? Not necessarily, we might still be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tales of Xeno's resurrection. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alphino's theory of Asian possession. Speaking from experience, I can tell you they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one. You're saying an Asian is walking around in Xeno's body? Seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put this grave back the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here. And how certain we are that Xenos was properly dead. If he wasn't, that was some trick. He as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Raban needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Ralger's Reach. I don't know why I'm surprised. With matters settling down in Doma, we were due another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones then?
It is past time we shared these developments with the others. Put this grave back. Now everyone's gonna see. Oh, teleported me. That's very thankful. While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Urian J over Link Pearl and gave him a full report. Y'shtola is on her way and should be here within. Should be here any. Ah. Voice acting, come on. Voice acting. Alice, Robin, 'tis good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east?
Blah, 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 blah.
Disturbing developments indeed. Given all that we know, I too would conclude that an Ascian now inhabits Xeno's body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but Robin? Nay, Alphino had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety. Capable though he has become, he ventures alone into the enemy's stronghold. And the shadowy web of the paragons, like as not. When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but I'm worried. I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. No, Mori. We cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner is dead and the right beyond repeating. Everything proceeded according to plan. Every party behaving exactly as required. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I work only to ensure the salvation of this star. What are you doing fiddling with that thing? I asked you a question, soldier. What are you... Have you lost your mind? Ah! I have lost many things, but my mind is yet my own. There upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final bow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins, embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on. Yeah, who could this elf be, dude?
That's a very good question. However, Emissary of the Dawn. We have to do this. This is the last one. This is the last quest in this patch. It's been an eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for word from Alphinaud. I don't recall the last time I had nothing pressing to be getting on. We should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? Tea would be lovely. Where the fuck are you? There she is. Tea would be lovely. You may regale me with a tale of your adventures in the Far East, and of your encounter with this new primal. Especially. I'll put the kettle on then. That table looks free if you'd like to take a seat. Upon sitting at the table, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Okay, let's do that. Just hope that it doesn't disconnect. Interesting. So this Tsukuyomi was summoned in much the same manner as Susanoo, via the medium of a sacred relic. That's right. They believe their gods, or kami, reside in physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it may behoove us to begin a catalogue of such relics. But if we are to contain the threat, we will require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma and learn what I can on the subject. Fine idea. I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information which could help prevent further summoning in the region. I will pen you a letter of introduction. Lord Hien will wish to welcome our resident expert on etherology. Greetings. Could it be that I'm in time for tea? And sausages! They've got some sausages there. It certainly looks that way. Come on, sit down and tell us how your investigations went. After you left, I went about questioning Bloodhouse gravekeepers. They all told me the same story. Once Lise and her officials had confirmed, and her officers had confirmed Zeno's dead, his corpse was interred under strict supervision. Got a nap? Alright. Good luck, dude. Good luck with your nap. There seems little reason to doubt their testimony on that point. When I mentioned the defacement of Zeno's grave, accounts grew rather more vague. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity, and all assumed the act had been perpetrated by a vengeful Alamiga. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that when the offending scroll was removed, as per Lisa's instruction, no one involved thought to check the content of the coffin. By that stage, 'tis like that the corpse was already missing. Assuming Zenos has not, in fact, risen from the dead, we are left with the two possibilities. Either the body was disposed of to send credence to the claims of an extremely committed impostor, or an Asian has taken up residence within it. If Asahi was as fervent a devotee as you believe, he would not have been fooled by an impersonation, however committed. We must assume that we are dealing with an Asian, and proceed accordingly. Agreed. The question is, how many more such monsters are waiting for Alphinaud in Garlemald? Her presence was his chief reason for going. He understood the risks. I only hope he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation. Meanwhile, on the Imperial Hypersonic Assault Craft, LXXV, that means something. I don't care. Roman numbers. Greek numbers or whatever. I don't know which it is. Roman numbers. Master Alphinaud, We are making good speed towards our destination. Is aught amiss? Nay, 'tis just I can see naught from my cabin, and was curious to know the land over which we flew. Ah, I'm afraid our military craft are built with little thought for such niceties. I am happy to indulge your curiosity, however. We are presently passing over the burn, on the western edge of Othard. Even with the benefit of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but mounds upon mounds of lifeless earth. I have read something of the burn. It was described as a desolate wasteland, bled dry of every last drop of ether. Aye, it is believed that a succession of icon summonings was responsible. Emperor Solus first came to Othard and beheld this blight. He is said to have reeled at the scale of the devastation. He declared icons a threat to our very star's existence and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of all such entities. Report! We're under attack, sir. Magitech armor. No visible designation. Magitech? But who? No! All cannons, return fire. Damage report. The main reactor's been hit. Helm unresponsive. We're going down, sir. Damn it! They knew exactly where to hit us. All hands brace for impact. That... Glad to have you back, Master Alfino. We have landed in one piece, more or less. But the air filtration system is damaged and the ship is filling with smoke. We must gather the survivors and get out while we still can. Oh no. No, this is where they start doing this bullshit. I hate this.
Oh, I played Alphino. That's so hype. Whoa. Whoa.
Keep as still as you can. Master Alfino, might I ask you search for survivors? I will see to our injured helmsman. And you're like, whoa, what can Alfino do? He has... Try Shackle. It's an AoE. He has Ruin 3. It's a single target. And he has a heal. That's that's the entire loadout you get of abilities. Destroy the airship wreckage. Ooh. Oh no. Lag. The lag is hitting us. Stop lagging. Use physic to heal the wounded soldier. Ooh. Shit, this is how you play a healer? Whoa. And my thanks. I don't think I would have made it. Look at him lagging all the way over here. Yes, you very likely saved his life. The question of who would try to take you remains, however. Put these last few out of their misery. The prince wishes none left alive. The prince? They've not come to parley, I fear. Ready your weapons. Oh, why did the lag have to start? I'm so sick of this. I hope they fix this. If this keeps up, we're gonna get this disconnected. Alfino is OP because he has his own... Oh, we can stand inside this. Nice. That makes us OP. He has his own limit break meter. I don't get that.
Done any second now. Come on, you can fix your servers. Confound it. Not here, not like this. Is that... What? Who in the Emperor's name? Enemies of our enemies. Introductions can wait. You are calm in a crisis, Master Alphino. Let us finish this then. Servers let us. Come on. Come on. Oh, my MP! Oh, the AoE is super expensive. Oh, like... Ha! By the Emperor, that man is a fiend! Transformation, deploy restraints! Bam! But they didn't die. But didn't take any damage, but it's just lagging. Oh my god. My thanks. Your intervention proved most timely. Well, well. I did not think to meet an Eorzean in this place, let alone a Scion. You know of me, sir?
I have some small history with your order. But I would speak of the present, know you of your assailants, and the severity of your predicament. Soldiers bore the insignia of the Emperor's personal guard. And I could venture a guess as to their motive, but you yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. Will you not tell us who you are? Our names are not yours for the asking, and as for our purpose, let this be your answer. Asian mask! The face of our prey. We must away before more arrive. Come with us or stay, but make your choice now. Even should we manage the long trek out of the burn and secure passage to the capital, we would no doubt be greeted by the Emperor's guard. Indeed, we accept your gracious offer, Shadow Hunter will suffice for the present. Come. Disconnected from the server. I'm expecting it like literally any second now. This is intolerable. But as much as I wish it were otherwise, there is nothing we can do for Alphino now but pray for his success. Well, that is not entirely true. While your brother journeys to Garlemald from the east, I could make my way there from Alamigo, and find out what there is to be learned from the Empire's western provinces. Then I'm coming with you. I can't very well sit here sipping tea if there's action to be taken. Forgive me, Alice, but the provinces are hostile territory, and stealth is all important. It is safer that I go alone. I can't talk anymore. I can sneak well enough when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me. We should leave this to Thancred. Yeah, Thancred's the only one who's like competent here. Not you too. I understand your frustration, Alice, but Robin has the right of it. We must defer to Thancred's expertise in this matter. Ah, fine. Just promise you'll be careful. It seems that praying is to be the extent of my contribution after all, but I will stay behind as I have been bid. We all have our talents. Mine just happens to involve a silver tongue and soft souls. I promise to send word the moment I learn aught of consequence. See that you notify me too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I find a suitable East Aldenard vessel to bear me thither. I shall return if I am needed. Be sure to drop in whenever you're next in the area, Robin. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report from Alphino to share. Yeah, probably not. You have learned the emote Ponder. There. Wanna ponder?
fuck is it? There. Oh, it's a face. You make nice faces here, like, ouch. I like ouch. Or was it Ponder? Anyhow, that is that for today. I'm going to make food, and then we do the rest tomorrow. Now we are in the at a firewall room. But the rest is the lead up to Shadowbringers. 2 patches. So, next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye bye.